Perfect. Perfect. Let's do it. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't want to hear any of that stuff. We're not doing anything. I'm late getting to this, and I understand that. But let's roll. I'm super stoked. We're wearing a Captain America shirt this time because Christian Pulisic gave some. Look, all gave some gave balls. And what a great win it was for Team USA. Not an amazing game, let's say, for Team Chicago Bears, but that's how it goes sometimes. We live, we deal with it. Because what we've got ahead of us is a really fun stream that I'm very, very, very excited to get into, where we're going to talk ups, we're going to talk downs. We have to talk a little bit about the Bears offense because a lot of sick people like myself were curious to see what would and what wouldn't change if Trevor Siemian was in the game. Just because, let's establish a baseline, right? How well is Fields playing? How poorly is Fields playing? What is wrong with this offense? What would be fixed with, let's just say, veteran quarterbacking and leave it there? I do think a quick overview of what's going on the Bear or what happened within the Bears offense is warranted. But I mean, like literally, once the game got to 31 to 20 or to 10, we can go like we can keep watching if y'all want to. But I love you guys. Like we're all Bears sickos in this moment. Just watching this all 22 at all, we don't need to do that. Like we really have no need to keep watching after that. And so like let's do a quick overview. After that, we're going to go back in time. So I personally love laughing at the past, especially when we can laugh with the past. So I do want to watch just really quickly let's watch the Bears, the 2020 Bears, play the 2020 Colts again. Because I want to help everybody remember what it looks like when you have this defense with a solid defensive line. Like, the main thing that I want to look at is what changes on this defense when your defensive line is as good as we've been saying it was. Because don't get me wrong, like, I know that I've been saying for quite some time that the Bears' problem right now is more of a problem of horses than it is a problem with scheme. Well, let's take a look at that and make sure we know exactly what's going on. And Mike, it was at the time partially because DeForest Buckner and Grover Stewart looked fabulous. And then I got questions. Derek, I think you were one of the people that asked about, like, let's go over some additions. So then we'll go overview. I mean, I remember somebody was like, how's Robert going to take this one past 1 a.m.? Well, ideally, we're not going to go that long. That would just beat me up a little bit. But we're going to do it through talking about the future. We're not going to stick on the present all that long. I do want to give everybody in this chat and beyond a dose of what Will Anderson and what Jalen Carter is, because I do think that it's great, for instance, to say I want Jalen Carter, but then when I say he's a great looking 3 technique, like has everybody in here even watched a Jalen Carter snap before? I mean, I'd watched some of his just tape ambiently watching Georgia games over the year, but it's not like I'd really sat down and said, okay, what kind of player is this guy? If I said, who is Will Anderson? Does everybody in this chat really know what we're talking about? Or do you just know, everybody keeps saying he's a sweet edge rusher, so I've just filled in the blank with some memory of Khalil Mack and spiced in a little bit of what I see on other teams. Like, because I get it if you do. But I think it makes whether you want to consider this part of the Bears tanking experience, whether you want to consider this putting together the offseason bit by bit by bit, I do think understanding who these guys are is going to be key to, honestly, your own enjoyment of free agency. Because if the Bears, for instance, line up Deron Payne and Jalen Carter, then we can go there. And Joe, honestly, that is what I'm seeing. So Joe Calzano said what I've been thinking of. The conversation ultimately between Carter and Anderson, I think, is as simple as saying, would you prefer to draft Aaron Donald or Von Miller? Because we'll see. Will Anderson looks fabulous outrageously good. Jalen Carter looks fabulous, outrageously good. A 300-pound human being should not move like Jalen Carter moves. And Will Anderson, it looks like an anime villain when he's out there. I mean, that sounds weird, but it's like when when Will Anderson is on the prowl, anybody who tries to block him ends up on the ground. Like, he's so quick with long arms that he just snaps people to the ground very, very quickly. It is wild watching him play. And he certainly didn't have like a great game against, I don't know, Tennessee. That was one of the games that I watched. But you can see the talent. I mean, when he gets to the next level, Will Anderson is going to be absolutely wild. And then Jalen Carter, on the other hand, is a monster in the middle. Absolute monster. He is a high motor madman playing the 3 technique position. And let's get into all that when we get there. First, let's start with a little bit of Bears offense, just a little bit, because like Scott's saying, there is some good to take from it, but mostly, I mean, for crying out loud, there were a lot of people who we don't need to talk about too much, but I do feel like it warrants at least a slight mention, that there were a lot of people that were surprisingly convinced that the Bears offense, at least in my mentions, was going to get better with Trevor Siemian playing, and it didn't really. But let's talk about why. Right? So what happened within this offense? What can we learn for the future? So the Bears lined up in a standard set, went with you've seen this play before. And quarterback be darned, while Justin Fields' running threat is great, when you line up under center like this, Trevor Siemian versus Justin Fields is pretty much the same thing. Right? So the Bears go with the same run. I want you, by the way, if you get bored, if you can't stand doing this, watch this piece of the review just for number 76. Because if you want to claw your eyes out every time you think about this Bears-Jets game, I get it. But 76, Tevin Jenkins had himself a wonderful game as an enforcer. Just going 1-2. And be like, you got to love the extra energy, by the way. 76 isn't going to leave a play unfinished in any setting, even if it's as simple as just a courtesy shove there at the end. But even on this first play, I mean, Braxton Jones, it's not like he's bad. It's that he's struggling a little bit. I mean, sometimes watching number 70 is like watching a player who's convinced he's wearing boxing mitts, because I swear he can't establish his hands so much as he can wrap and push, but he doesn't grab either, right? It's just very rare to see him punch at all. There's length to be used here. He's just not using it, but that's fine. And it's funny, Joe, that you mentioned, I'm wondering if Jenkins could go back to tackle. Within this scheme, I think having him at guard is really helpful. It may not be helpful to Tevin Jenkins' bottom line, but he is a dominator, and the Bears need that. I mean, take a look at a play like this. I understand that we're watching, I understand that on this very play, we're watching Braxton Jones force a cutback on what should be a run that hits a little closer to here, right? But watch how unimportant Riley Reif's role is within this play. Reif is going to range over. Sure, he's going to pick up a block, and he's going to be part of the backside. But Tevin Jenkins hits 2 blocks. Tevin Jenkins is the reason this gets passed to here, and the reason Williams gets driven out of the play. A guard is super important to this run scheme, and Tevin's pass blocking is, I think, better suited to guard anyways. So it's not that I want to take anything away from you. I understand tackle's a hard position to replace, and I'm not trying to pretend it isn't, but Tevin is such a forceful run blocker that I can't help thinking that him at guard makes a lot more sense. But so, moving on. Second play. It's a basic quick out that Trevor Siemian throws on time and a little high, right? It's funny because we've seen this play before. It's one of the classic Bears pick-aside plays where it's as simple as Cole Kmet is going to hit him with a shimmy and an out, and then this receiver on the outside, I think it's Claypool, is just going to run a go to clear space. It might be an option route. I'm not 100% certain, if I can be honest with you, because the shimmy right here at the top is either good route running or it's the sign of an option route. It's hard to tell. Like, you could ask just about any offensive coordinator in the NFL, and technically this could be like a 3-wise option, but we don't know. Normally they run that exact kind of option with a halfback. On the other side, they're running, it's like stick meets outside meets, I don't remember. He doesn't go that way. Like, you can take a look if you want to, but Trevor Siemian sees two safeties with what looks like Cole Kmet and an ISO. He takes that matchup. And hey, can we give some credit to Trevor? Like, winds the throw up before or as Cole's breaking. Throw is out before Cole's out of his break. Quick release, thrown on time, and had the throw been any better, it's a solid little completion for a first down. There are pieces to the whole journeyman thing that, you know what? If Fields can get a little better at some of this, then I do think the offense gets better in general. But, I mean, he's a year 2 quarterback. So we'll move on. We're hoping to see that as we go. And by the way, Reinhardt, sorry if I didn't answer your question earlier. Honestly, I keep going back and forth on the Velus pick process, right? Because I still think the Bears forced it and that was a huge problem. But we can talk more about Velus later. Because I just want to see him succeed, partially because I put the effort in for a video, so there's an aspect of sunk costs that I'll just be open about. That's there. But also because I think you could put him in the slot as a burner and that he will be able to victimize a lot of NFL linebackers, but he's got another playbook for any of that to matter, and he's got to catch the ball. So I am hoping that somehow there's some rookie jitters involved, but the guy's 25 years old, so I understand what I'm saying. 3rd and 6. I put this one on Twitter. Check out Montgomery on halfback option, right? This is a play that Tariq Cohen made absolutely famous for the Bears because he was a dynamo in it. Usually you have a slant, you have an in, and you have an out. And David Montgomery is going to just run this thing beautifully. Check this thing out. So it's just simple snap back with a little cross motion right here. The motion is going to mean that Claypool is going to clear out a ton of space. This is exactly how I've wanted the Bears to attack man coverage because you're going to get your one-on-one matchup, right? As Montgomery is one-on-one with a running back right here. Yeah, I agree, Reinhardt, by the way. There's some good stuff there, but we'll talk about that later when we're not right at the start of the stream, just because we should, I can make this, we can get into a conversation like that later. But so, I want to point out that on the Bears' first true pass set of the day, Riley Reif and Braxton Jones both get individually beat immediately. But, massive credit to David Montgomery, right? What a sweet, let me back it up. We can watch in slow motion. What a sweet route this is. Comes out right off the edge rusher, shimmy, shake, open, catch, makes the guy invisible like he does, and he's off to the races, right? Super, super fun play from 32. I mean, I love watching Montgomery play football, and it's one of these, or he's specifically somebody that, like somebody just mentioned in the chat, I would love to see the Bears utilize him more in the passing game because he makes plays like these look routine. When he is, so think about it this way. Say Montgomery gets a carry, right? He gets a direct handoff right here, okay? He's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys minimum closing for him before you even add the safeties. What does breaking one tackle really get you? Not much. Right? Because everybody's still funneling down towards the running back so clearly that there's just not that much space when you break one tackle. You need speed as a modern runner so that you can basically take as many guys just flatly out of the play as possible. And that's what makes Herbert so good, right? Is Khalil Herbert, when he gets the ball, he hits a hole, and tons of the runners or tons of the defenders that normally make plays on a runner like Montgomery just don't matter because Herbert's out of the lane faster than this guy, so to speak, can range over. And if he gets there late, there's no tackle. But when Montgomery is out in space, ball right here, break this tackle, you are free. Free as it gets. And so he does. I mean, super sweet. Turn. That tackle is just meaningless to him. And at that point, you're suddenly looking at what should be like a 3-yard out becomes a 25-yard gain. David Montgomery's ability to break that first tackle really, really comes alive in the passing game. It's something I would love to see. Because like you're saying, Joe, I mean, I can't help but think that David Montgomery has the potential to be one of the better catching backs in the league, and I don't want to belabor the point. So, is what Siemian did here particularly impressive? Look, I'm not trying to hate on Trevor Siemian. I just don't want to give a guy too many flowers for doing something that is, I mean, literally, this is the baseline expectation in the NFL, where if there's any credit to him, it's that he knows how to throw an option route well, and as soon as Montgomery gets out of his break, he releases the ball. But really, that's more of a comment on Simeon's release, which is actually, I mean, pretty quick. Like, load throw, right? We've seen with Fields, even Fields' faster release isn't quite load throw. And yeah, like you're mentioning, Mr. Myrtle, pressure's not great on this play. It stinks to see just how poor the Bears are in true passing scenarios. Let's watch Riley Reef first, because it's just worth mentioning for both. Motion comes across. Riley Reef doesn't get far enough, or like he goes to get outside and he gets swatted by, and all Reef can do is push him out the back of the pocket. On the other hand, Braxton doesn't establish his hands. I'm not 100% sure what Braxton was doing, because he doesn't attempt to throw a punch and instead immediately throws his arms around the guy's neck and holds as best he can and gives up, I mean, a little bit. It's like a quarterback nudge, less a quarterback hit. But all the same, when you've got your quarterback throwing off his back foot like this, it works for short yardage, but it keeps you to short yardage, right? There is no way that Justin Fields, for better or for worse, right? First of all, I think Justin Fields would have had to step out of this. Like, in the world of comparison, Fields would have stepped up and he would have been moving this way. I'm not 100% certain he throws to Mooney. I can't say I know, right? But generally, it's been Les Fields' mindset to say, because you can, from a brain perspective, you can see that that Simeon hits the back of his drop, sees this pressure out of the corner of his eye, and says, I just have to get rid of the football, and operates like a quarterback that's going to get sacked if he doesn't throw the football. Fields' brain is not working that way, and he's justified in doing so, because Fields is making plays on plays exactly like this. So there's going to be some growth, but this one, for as many people wanted to crown Simeon for this and for the next throw that we'll see to Darrington Evans, like I get it, and I want to join you, but in the world of franchise quarterbacking, this is more like showing us what baseline quarterbacking is, because this is hitting an option route to the running back. I mean, it's something Tom Brady did all the time to James White, to use an example, but it's not something that is, in a word, special. So then, 2nd and 10, the immediate drive after that, they're going to run one of their standard pitch plays. It's a pin and pull pitch. Braxton Jones absolutely levels his guy, but the Bears don't get a ton out of it, because I think it's Quinn Williams here, 56, just tracks over and makes a huge play. Man, Braxton Jones really did just kill his guy. No, 4 comes down to make it. Nobody gets all the way to the second level, and the Jets defense is good enough to Quincy Williams. Yeah. I was like, I think Quinn and Williams is further up in the defense, but you see Williams and you think about it. Braxton just smokes number 3, who can't go low anymore. Like, to be fair to poor number 9, this is what the NFL wants, right? Where Braxton is forced to go chest to shoulder with a defensive back, but all the same, it turns the run to the outside, and I think that's Darrington Evans, like, gets pushed out. Who I thought, you know what? I thought Evans played really solid, like, especially on this play, 2nd and 7. And this one's kind of funny, because I know how this one would have worked, and I think you guys do too, right? Let me get to this. Snap. So the Bears are running like it's not a PA cross, right? It's like corner, a separate corner, and then I think it's Claypool is coming across. So I think it's kind of like Y cross, right? And the funny part is that Trevor Siemian is going to take the check down to Darrington Evans, and he takes it well in stride. But call me crazy, I know for a fact Fields would still be staring at this, or he would have moved up and moved out. The quarterbacks play very different games. Does this mean Darrington Evans was the right choice? Well, based on the way it worked out, we can certainly see the value in it, can't we? Where Trevor Siemian makes the decision, hey, this linebacker's way off. It's 2nd and 7 for crying out loud. If I hit this running back quickly, he can go make a play. And make a play, Darrington Evans does. Gets out. Linebacker's absolutely nowhere close. Nice cut inside. Means that they land the ball at the 8-yard line. Now, is this a sweet throw? Not really. Is this a great decision? I guess. Certainly worked out, right? But this is classic journeyman quarterbacking. It's something Fields could probably learn from, but it's hilarious to me to see that Chase Claypool. Let me back up and you can see what I'm talking about. Chase Claypool gets jammed off the line while going inside, gets past his guy, and there is no safety help over here. Generally speaking, while I understand that he's in trail technique, if Justin Fields in a perfect pocket was still staring at Chase Claypool, he would not have been wrong to do so. It's just funny. Like, it is amusing to see how a different style of just get the ball out. Like, have a productive play. You need 7 yards. You do not need to go big game hunting. Did we even mention Equanimeous St. Brown might be open for a touchdown? Like, this is pre-throw, right? So we're not doing the Orlovsky thing, right? We're not pausing it after the throw's been released. Let me see. Arm moves there. Do we see how Equanimeous St. Brown is going to run right by a flat-footed corner right here? He's even. He's leaving. Like, watch what happens, because the corner doesn't see the play. Officially here, we can watch the corner and the back. Now, granted, he may not have been open for a touchdown, if only because I don't know if this safety looks like he's trying to track backwards, so he may have actually made a play. But all the same, it is funny to see how all of these Bears receivers might actually be coming open on this play. They're definitely not open yet. Riley Reiff gets smoked on this one, but just distributing the ball, let your playmaker go make you a play. And he does. And again, always interesting to see, just from a football-loving perspective, always interesting to see how sometimes doing the simple and easy thing makes a quarterback look really, really good. I mean, let's pay attention to this one. Not great, right? As Reiff doesn't get like stone cold beat, but the guy gets around the edge, rips past his hands right here, and would have been awfully close to Trevor Siemian, who just snappily releases the ball, sees the coverage, says he's going to be open enough, and Darrington Evans does the rest. This is a nice little move right here. Nice little cut, quick tackle break. I'll rewind it because it's always fun to watch a good running back. Like, plant, up, break the arm tackle, get inside, bang, goal line time. Like, it's nice. It's simple, but it's nice. So is that like point Siemian, right? Or is that like a takeaway from Justin Fields? By the way, I loved the cheekiness. I know it didn't work, but I did think this was hilarious. Like, the adjust something, but technically he's a man in motion, and try to do some kind of a trick play. You know what? I appreciate and admire the creativity. I will take creativity any day of the week. Now, Riley Reiff, who I worry that I'm just sounding like I am hating on the poor guy, comes out and gets licked by the linebacker. Boom. And it is hard to win a running back that way, right? Or hard to win a running play like that. Boom. So then Montgomery tries to spin up, but I have no negative note there. You just can't lose at the edge that badly. He got Sanborn, right? Which credit to Jack Sanborn that I can say that. But all the same, hard to win a pin and pull running play when 56 annihilates it like that. Let me see here. Ben Rosenblum says, objectively, this is ideal processing. Fields doesn't process like NFL QBs yet and may never. Not that he needs to. Ben, it's also worth remembering that, okay, I'll use a very close, it's not that close to home, right? But another example in the NFL, look at Geno Smith, right? When you spend 4 or 5 years in the league, you just start picking up on what coverages are because you have seen them an awful lot. Right? Whether it's in practice, whether you're running scout team, or whether it's because you're prepping to play as a starter, Andy Dalton is literally playing some of the best football of his life here in, year 11 of his career. if not later. Geno Smith, now in his like 7th or 8th year in the league, is reading and processing defenses at a much faster rate than he used to be. And Trevor Siemian, I'll back up, is obviously processing like he should be. I mean, it's not that I'm trying to suggest that, I don't know, any of these guys are particularly good. It's more to say, Ben, that when we talk about Fields and unelite processing, I look back and I can simply say, like, this is experience. This is what experience looks like. When Nick Foles takes the field, you see very similar quick decision making. When Andy Dalton, who's been in the league, takes the field, you see similar quick decision making. When Tua Tagovailoa has this kind of thing nailed in his 3rd year, that's impressive. When Mac Jones comes in and has an even moderate feel for timing and anticipation like this, that's impressive. The fact that Fields doesn't have it, the fact that Fields is so far from it is worrying. The fact that Fields doesn't have it is unsurprising, right? And I use worrying with like a lowercase w. We all know what I'm talking about, right? But it's more to say that, because, Ben, I'm not trying to put you on blast, and I think you know that when it comes to this conversation about quarterback processing, quarterback not processing, I want to see what Fields looks like in year 3, year 4, before I make any decision one way or another, because it's just about him getting faster at it. Because by the time he is in his 8th year in the league, his legs are probably not going to be what they are right now. And if he's a quarterback that truly ends up reliant on that playmaking ability through his legs, then yeah, we got a real problem, Houston. But there's a there's a fairly decent chance, and there are a lot of case studies that we've seen, Russell Wilson's later years notwithstanding, that if you start in the league as a running playmaker, you can develop into a dual threat quarterback like Deshaun Watson did, like Lamar Jackson has, like Russell Wilson was, in plenty of cases where you wean off some of the legs and you wean back on more of the passing game. Back to the breakdown so that we can get to the fun stuff ASAP. So then for second play at the goal line, they're going to go play action, and the Bears get absolutely nothing. This is what you lose in Fields. Because, Ben, it's funny you say interesting to see why plays like this stopped. It's simple stuff like this, right? Where the Bears are going to run, let's see, they go into the flat. They're going to run like a little, I hate calling it a mesh. It is kind of a mesh, right? It's 2 crossers, and then they have another tight end come across the formation. I may have gotten the specific players wrong. He may go here, and he may go here, but it doesn't really matter. The main thing that I want you guys to see is, first of all, ESB gets absolutely blown up, right? But because, off of play action here, because Reef, this is the play I kept thinking I was talking about when I keep circling, When I keep circling Reef, this is the one that I kept thinking I was about to see. Reef gets danced immediately off the snap. Is he open? He is not. Is ESB open? He and Mooney haven't even meshed yet, right? So no, they're not open. Meaning, what would have happened? In this instance, I think Fields steps up, and then who knows, right? Does this guy tackle him? I don't know. Fields has done crazier. Right? If Fields rolls out and Mooney comes down, does he attack down and Fields lofts it over for a touchdown? Possible, right? But Siemian doesn't have that option, you know? Siemian has to just throw to the flat. That's all he's got. Like, it's either that or take a sack. So he kicks the ball to the flat. The flat doesn't pick, anything, right, up. And now it's 3rd and 5, right? That's what you lose. We've talked about what Siemian's giving you, like, baseline NFL quarterbacking. What do you lose? A top 3 playmaker in the NFL, where when, again, it's Reef in this case, just gets smoked by 91. And look at this. You want to talk about, get off of me. He even tries to swipe his hands away. And Riley Reef, let's see. Okay, so he does get his hands up right here. Swipe. I don't need those hands no more. And Siemian understands what's going on, looks for the mesh. The mesh, again, not even close to meshing at this point. Just says to get the ball out. Bummer. It's funny, Eric, that you mentioned so slow. This is a longer developing route. Longer developing routes aren't a problem when you're not beat. Let's see here. Snap to throw, or not snap to throw. Let's do snap to beat for 604. He's beat within 2 seconds. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Reef is pretty slow on this one. So, not ideal, right? And unfortunately, I have to highlight this because I feel bad for the guy. Watch 19. Not only does the poor play never have a chance to resolve, but Equinemius St. Brown runs into a triple team and just gets blasted. Like, this is no fun. I'll play it in regular speed. Cut in, boom. Nobody likes that. So it's by no means that I'm looking at that and saying, oh, penalty. We'll get there. But bummer. Technically theme torturous because ESB runs into the defender is legally allowed to hold his turf, right? He basically braces for incidental contact, but it's still kind of sad in the conventional sense. So 3rd and 4, right? Let's see. You just got 30 plus days in rehab. Yeah, I know what you mean, Brandon. Though, congratulations, by the way. I hope you had a good trip, or I don't know what you say. Like, whatever it is, my heart is with you. And that's really amazing. What an accomplishment. So, this play, I'm going to sound absolutely heartless because there's no doubt that Sauce Gardner is, let's just say, being pretty physical with Chase Claypool, right? But Chase Claypool, if we watch his head, Chase does not even look back for the ball until there. That is way too late, right? This is something that I would like to see sooner because since Claypool doesn't jump for the ball until it is, I mean, if we go frame by frame, it is just going to be impossible to make that play, right? Physically speaking, he will not be able to bend backwards far enough to get anywhere close to this ball. That means that this official keeps his flag in his pocket. If you come back for that ball any sooner, I think that you get the call. Like, you have to sell the call to get the call. And it's not weedy that I'm trying to say you got to flop, right? Because like you're saying, Sauce has gotten away with a lot of physicalities that a lot of people don't get the benefit of. I agree with you. It's more to say that if Claypool adjusts sooner, then he can evidence the hold, as we saw him do on the next drive. So it's not like Claypool can't. But when people talk about quarterback versus receiver, I think this ball's kind of a dime. Like, watch where this thing lands. I mean, quick throw, loops right over his shoulder. That's sweet. Would do again. If Fields threw that ball, I'd be praising it. Like, this is really nice. And it's something that I would love to see either Claypool grow into or the Bears potentially look to find somebody who can. If only not because I love the fade and the Bears need more fades, right? But just because this is a waste of play. Like, you end up with a play where, am I really, as I watch this, even in slow motion, I feel like I need navy and orange goggles to really declare that there is clear defensive holding going on, right? It doesn't look to me, Ben, like he saw the ball, exactly like you're saying. And because of that, I am going to be a little hard on him. Again, it's because I care, right? But I want to see that play get made. Bears kick for 3. Next play, or I think it's just a basic run. Let me see here. No, it's not. And this one was nice. I mean, you want to talk about, quick understanding? Trevor Siemian on this bootleg looks at the corner, it looks like, sees that the Jets are in cover 3 from here, and understands that against cover 3, he should have a quick window to chase Claypool, because watch how fast Trevor Siemian reads this thing out. He looks at the corner, he snaps his feet back, and he throws. Fields reads everything. Fields might see it and understand he needs to go to Claypool, but he's not going to set his feet immediately. He's going to take a further peek back inside before he throws this ball. Massive credit to Trevor, maybe not credit to Trevor Siemian, but this is a reminder of just from a textbook perspective, this is how you run it, because you understand that you're probably going to get the linebackers on the play fake, that you have a quick window. You can't let this corner get back involved, this one right here, number 3. And so you've got to snap your feet around and throw that over if you're going to throw it at all. Nice play by Siemian. Thank you, Trevor. Something that, again, some of this sounds, especially here in the start, like, wow, Simeon's kind of balling. Yeah, we'll get there in terms of the limitation piece, but this is nice. Timing can get better, right? We don't all need to put on our JF1 capes and go out there and fight battles for the guy. Like, I can't wait to see him get better. I think he can. I think this room for improvement is very, what's the word? Like, it's very evident, and it's something very, what's the word? Like, I think Fields has room to grow into, and that growing into it is very possible. Gosh, getting lost. I was more coherent talking to myself. But so, all that to say that I think this is a nice baseline, seeing what works. One of the things that works, I love this. It looks like they're running duo with a fullback insert, which is super snazzy, right? Like, taking a look at this, Kari Blasingame comes up and hits 57 with both linemen locking people out. Check out Tevin Jenkins, by the way. Like, you gotta love this. Like, goes to war against 94, comes off, still hits 56 as best he can legally. Like, it would have been a block in the back otherwise. But the Bears have a snazzy little running game. And you know what? When they're getting something out of the passing game, even against a good defense like the Jets, this stuff works, right? Because then on 2nd and 4, I think this is our big play, right? It may not be. Let's see. No, it's just a screen first, which, neato, love a good screen. Now, putting Montgomery out on the side for a tunnel screen, to me, is a bit obvious, but we get a little bit of Velus Jones in the backfield action, don't we? Like, there's old number 12, right? So they may, who's to say they're going to try to get him to play running back outright, but they're clearly trying to work him in one way or another. I'm here for it. Like, the majority of his touches have been really rad. We got a quick check at the line, and they're going to go QB sneak. Nice and easy. I love not overthinking it, especially when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys multiple yards off the line of scrimmage, right? If you're going to run a sneak, man, oh man, just run it. Because the Bears 5 get major push against what ends up being the Jets 4. And we love that. Let's see. How's Velus' downfield route running theme torturous? He doesn't run. Like, he's not there. So I would tell you if I did. Or if they did. But he's not running those routes. Myrtle, we'll see. They may not have enough guys for him not to. But I'll believe it when I see it. Let's put it that way. Then Velus gets a touch. And did you say his name is Quincy Williams? Quincy Williams does what people have not done yet. And he actually beats Velus to the spot. Right? Part of this is because this corner doesn't let Velus just leg it. So, because, is that Cole? Whoever this tight end is, right? We'll find out in a little bit. That may be Cole. Lets him cut inside. That's what happens. Like, Velus probably beats him in a straight foot race, but that guy makes the play, turns Velus back upfield, and from there, Williams is able to cut him off. So, let's see. It's Wesco. Caught you red-handed, number 88. So not a great block by Wesco. That's fine. Happens, right? But 1st and 10, Velus gets a touch. We love it when Velus gets a touch. I love it when Velus gets a touch, but doesn't go anywhere. Brings up 2nd down, right? And I believe we're getting close to the sweet play to Claypool. Here it is, I think. Mano a mano. Chase Claypool on his brand new team versus a very good rookie corner in Sauce Gardner. And we get a nice little release off the line against like bump and run coverage, it looks like, where Sauce comes off, tries to bump him. Chase is just big enough to tank straight through that. And, I mean, that is as open as you get. So, solid route, honestly. Like, it's nothing specific. It's more to say that Chase Claypool comes off the line, absolutely flying, physicals his way to the edge, and that is free and easy. Throws underneath, adjusts back for the ball, gets held like an absolute madman, and catches it anyways. Where was this magic versus Miami? I'll take it. I don't care. Because, Myrtle, I hear you when you talk about, like, you talk about, oh, do I want to see him high point it? Not this one. This one doesn't require a high point. And like you're saying, Eric, a nice little veteran yank by Chase on the rookie to get the catch and the flag. We love it. Like, I'm hoping that whether it's Simeon or whether it's Mooney being out, a little bit of the two. That Chase is trial by fire. Like it's so funny you say it, Derek, because I actually was about to talk about how I think Mapletron's trial by fire as wide receiver 1 might help him grow a little bit. Like, I get the impression Chase Claypool is very uncomfortable in this role because he's not used to it. He's been a slot receiver in Pittsburgh for quite some time now, which is bizarre, but it's real. And so I want to see Chase grow as a downfield route runner. I want to see him show a little bit more physicality. I want to see him become the guy, more of the guy we're hoping he is. He eats a massive crossbar hold here and still comes back and finds the football. And hey, say what you will about body catching it. That is a hands catch that he then pins on his body amidst a big ol' hold. What am I supposed to complain about? Like, I complain about the other one because I think it was justified. But you guys know me. If I don't think it's justified, I'm not going to pile onto a player for fun, right? This is a sweet rep. If there's anything to get excited about when it comes to Chase Claypool, this is one of those plays. And hey, credit to the Bears offensive line. This is a very important true pass set, right? And Braxton Jones, while he gets pushed back a little bit, is able to ultimately keep his guy in front of him. Even though he does that thing that Leno used to do all the time. I'm sure a lot of you guys are going to hate hearing that, but he like allows the guy to come straight into his chest and then goes for the old Packer hug technique and just allows himself to get walked almost all the way back to the quarterback. Also, again, because we're talking about Tevin Jenkins being a beast, like I was about to say, Myrtle, check out this. As he at 97 go to absolute war, and Tevin's really one of the only people that really keeps his guy flat out at bay. So we love it. But I agree with you, Derek. Like, let's see. I made the point earlier that Claypool still has timing issues. Maybe the other stuff can't be coached up, but surely they can get him in sync. Yes, 100%. I mean, right now, to me, Derek, Claypool looks out of sync, and I don't want to say uninterested. Chase Claypool looks like a guy who understands that his performance this year is not that important. Maybe it is. Maybe it's more important than I think it is. But when I'm watching Chase Claypool, I do not see a guy showing up like TJ Hawkinson did in Minnesota, understanding that the sooner he gets involved with all 60 or like all 65 snaps, the better. Chase Claypool looks like a guy. I mean, maybe the playbook really is that complicated. It doesn't seem that complicated, but even in a game like this, Claypool's only on the field like 45 snaps. And sure, last week was a really bad game, or like for Chase in particular. But all the same, I mean, it is bizarre watching Chase Claypool and the way that I feel like he's playing the game right now, because some pieces of it, for sure, there I think that Chase Claypool is starting to evidence a little bit of what we hope he can be. But other pieces of it, like dig routes here and there, Y-cross, things that you would expect him to be the number one option on, he's not yet the number one option on it. And maybe that just takes an offseason. Who knows? You guys saw the running plays, Neato. It's not that they're bad. It's just that we can go over them if we really want to, but I really feel like most of us are here for the offseason stuff, and I'm here for the offseason stuff, for crying out loud. So I love watching Jenkins. Like, look at this. How fun is it? I know it's simple, but 76 steps in right at the end of the play and then says, you know what? Gives the pile a little bit of extra business. I mean, 76 just wants to go out there and fight, you know? But we got to love it. No, you're not, Myrtle. I know you're not. There's no way you're here for every defensive play. But so, this play, you tell me. Like, okay, so, it's a 3-prong read based on the way that it normally works. 1, I think it's, is it Kmet? 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Simeon takes the snap, looks out. He's covered. There's a linebacker sitting right here. His best shot is going to be Pringle, and he knows it. But guys, this throw, this has to be intercepted. Like, not being a hater, Simeon gives his guy a chance. And not being a hater, Byron Pringle makes a play. What on earth is Four doing? Like, get your head around, man. By the time the ball's on him, surprise, you gave up a score. And I mean, Pringle Moss is the guy. Like, big credit to 13. 100%. Is it the grandest route you've ever seen? Not really, right? But hey, results are results. Still, if it was Kendall Vildor, if it was Kyler Gordon, we'd all be saying like, man, get your hand in there. What are you doing? But we'll take it. Like, whatever. Works. And while I agree with you, Weedy, when the offensive player establishes contact like Pringle did, generally they'll let the defender get a little bit further away from it. But yeah, right, Harrison? 100%. Man, look at this. The ball goes through his hands. Four has it. Four loses it. Pringle has it. R.I.P. Go Bears. Sean, at the very least, it's not even whether I think he gets beat, so to speak. It's as simple as he wants, he being Simeon, wants to see Mooney effectively left alone. Once the linebacker sweeps up, I think his eyes just move. You got to remember, quarterbacks are looking for very specific cues, right? And what he sees in this case is, okay, did my guy get picked? Not really. Okay, moving on. Because that's just a pick route, right? For Mooney to get out. It's not that I'm trying to say it's the grandest decision in the world, but Trevor Siemian doesn't have fast forward and rewind ability. Shocking. So he's going to make a quicker decision than that. And once he sees Cole Kmet pull the whole defense over, he knows he's got Pringle one-on-one. And hey, you want to give some credit to Trevor Siemian? Fields is never throwing this ball. Ever. Like, I mean, it's just too tight. Like, I don't think Fields releases it. And if he does, I will pat him on the back because I want to see Fields trust guys a little bit more, right? But credit to Pringle. Like, Ben, I liked the way you put it, where if we were going to be really nitpicky, like, you probably want the ball either a little bit higher, a little bit further out, not there, right? Because it goes through the defender's hands, and that's never what we want. But great play, like Byron Pringle just getting up and over a guy. Like, that's an NFL receiver. Like, that's making a solid play. If not better than solid. Like, it's not up there with the Damiere Byrd catch last year, but it's right in there in the category of, I did not expect you to do that. And we love it. So then we get to the beginning of the end, and like, we can break some of these down if you really want to, but I know that this is where the wheels start to fall off a little bit. Because the Bears' running attack was always hit and miss. This Jets defense wants you, is inviting the Bears to run the ball. Take a look at where the linebackers are positioned, right? They're not creeping up on the line of scrimmage. If you want to run the ball, take your 4 yards. Like, pass it on us. I dare you, is more or less what's being said here. The Bears take them up on the dare, right? And so then, 2nd and 6. Ooh, we got a little... No, they're going under center. I can't remember what they do here. Classic. They run the ball again. And Darrington Evans legs out a nice little run. I kind of feel like... Look, I don't know if they job the Bears on the spot outright. But I think it's Jenkins who plants his guy. Yeah, I'll show you from the back end. Jenkins is going to snatch his guy. You can decide whether you think that that's a good thing or not. But the snatch is put his arms on him, feel his weight coming forward, yank him down, and sit on him, right? Which is like a hallmark of a lot of good tackles when they can snatch trap just like that. Mustipher looks like he also gives his guy a little bit of the business to knock him down. Evans has to navigate that, which is a bit crowded. Kudos to Mustipher. Hits that one. heads up to the second level. We like good play, no matter who's wearing the jersey. Honestly, pretty well blocked by the Bears overall. 3 does a great job coming downhill and sticking his nose in it. Evans does a solid job spinning out of it. And had he stayed just a little bit more on his feet. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the right end coming through. And just, yoo! But, yeah, exactly, Myrtle. Then we get this one. Okay, you tell me, guys. A lot of times, from what I understand, this is an option, right? Where if this line, the whole point of this play is that the linebackers crash and you take the ball and run it around the end, because when you run a quarterback sneak, everybody comes on the inside. Weedy, the whole point is not that he thinks he's Daniel Jones. The point is that you are hoping to steal one on the defense. The problem is the linebacker does not care. I don't know what the Jets are doing. There's no way they thought the Bears were running this. Like, the Bears go to sneak it, the linebackers come up, but at the snap, the linebackers don't really commit. And you've got a guy out here. Had Simeon just pushed forward, like, even right here, like, let's be super fair to the guy. Super fair. He takes the snap, and you can see him kind of pause, right? Like, set his feet and think about it. Had he decided to just push right here, which I don't know if he has the option, just to be plain, right? The Bears probably get it. It is strange to me that this ball ended up going around the end, but I have to think that's just how they practiced it. That's just how they assumed that this thing was going to get drawn up. And so Simeon was following muscle memory as much as anything else, and he got closed down on immediately, right? Justin Fields, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, they don't score there. They don't convert there. But either way, it's the Bears' first punt of the game. And now we're looking at 14-10. They've given up the lead. They don't get it back, as we know. But next play, the Bears are going to go passing game. You can actually see evidence of the rain starting to come down just that little bit more. And when we talk about what you lose without Justin Fields in the game, the Bears, let me make sure I've got exactly what this is right. Yeah, it is. Okay, the Bears run basically all stick, right? It's not all curls, but it's doggone close. And then I don't know what he's doing, right? But so Simeon is going to look at Cole Kmet first things first. Ben, it's funny you say that Kmet gets some good separation because Simeon doesn't think so. He looks at Kmet in particular. I mean, I assume he looks at Kmet and probably sees this guy staring at him and just shifts off, right? Then he sees Wesco. He doesn't like that either. He rolls out of the pocket. He doesn't like this route along the sidelines, and so he just junks it. I mean, Weedy, it's not... Okay, so to be clear, it's not that I wholly disagree, right? It's more that I can understand a quarterback on first down thinking, if I throw this ball and this linebacker ranges over to get it, we are screwed. He's picking that, and that may go to the house. Right? It's standard, old school, conservative Bears quarterbacking. We've seen it forever. Ironically, Chase Claypool is open. Like, I'm very curious as to what Simeon thought he was going to get. He may have thought that either they were in man or that they were in cover 2, because against cover 2, you'd normally just expect the guy to sit back down. Like, this looks to me as if it is a pre-snap decision where Simeon snaps his head out. Maybe he's even looking at the corner. But if the corner's bailing, I'm very surprised the ball doesn't go to Claypool, because that's exactly what you would want to see there. Like, it's not as if that's the greatest route you've ever seen, but all of the same, I think it's open. But he doesn't like what he sees, and in this setting, ball rolling out, nobody separating, you know what? Justin Fields makes a play. Like, this has been the lifeblood of where the Bears offense has gotten a lot of its yards from, is that they'll run a play, the defense will cover it appropriately, and then Justin Fields says, yeah, you're playing, and just rips it up and says, you forgot about me, and makes something happen. So Trevor can't do that. 2nd and 10. It's not as if Simeon doesn't bring some improvements, but it is easy to forget how often Justin Fields has absolutely rescued a play, because when the play isn't there, Trevor Siemian didn't have anything. Whatever the Bears called, they didn't like it. And you could see Trevor Siemian check to you could see Siemian check to some kind of play right here where at the line, they don't like it. They're going to go with the run up the middle, and within a split second, the Bears go from 1st and 10 to 3rd and 10. Right? Ben, every time it's contractually obligated. It's illegal to do anything other than run the ball on 2nd and long. I'm telling you. So then here we are on 3rd and long. The Bears don't like whatever they saw again. They're going to check to, I can't remember what they run this time, because it's just a quick screen. And Dave Montgomery has superpower. Oh, I don't think it's Montgomery. It's ESB, isn't it, this time? Like, they just run a quick screen. 4th and 2, they punt the ball away, right? Demo, did Tevin make a play? I'd go back and look at it, but I would like to get out of doing this. But so, quick check at the line. Fires the ball away. Blocks actually don't get set up all that badly if Borum hits anybody. Like, sorry to dunk on poor 75 here, but man, Borum looks like he gets kind of lost on what he's supposed to be doing. And if Borum just get in the way. Just get in the way, man. Like, just get in the way. do anything. Dang it. It's fun. We like to have fun here. But linemen on screens, it seems like it's so tough, because when I have it in slow motion, it looks even worse. Like, Mike, to some extent, that's me doing this. Let's play it in real time. You can see it. Like, Borum is just playing a little too fast, follows his mark a little too far, and loses the play on where it's supposed to come. But still goofy to watch the offensive lineman lumber. And bada boom, first half is over. I mean, we got 2 good drives and then 2 3-and-outs, right? It is funny, isn't it, Mike? But so now it's 17-10, and the Bears are in this obnoxious position where you want to tell yourself that you've got a free Sunday, but here you are watching a game that, who knows, maybe Trevor Siemian's about to make it close, and then Siemian gets sacked. So what happens here? Well, if we take a look at this play, like, we can watch it unfold together. We've got what looks like a post, what looks like a go, what looks like an outbreaker, and then a dig right here from what I am seeing. Did the outbreaker get open? There's an aspect of you tell me. In fact, it looks like it might be halfback option again. It is halfback option again. So I'm curious as to why Siemian doesn't throw it. Maybe it's not halfback option, because the defender is, at this point, kind of sitting on his outside shoulder just a little bit more. But all the same, you could reasonably throw this ball, and Montgomery's probably going to protect you. But Siemian doesn't do that. He looks back in for the dig, and he gets popped. How did he get popped? Because the Jets ran a stunt, and the Bears are incapable of tracking a stunt. Boom. Down. Would Fields have made this play? Good question. I don't know. I mean, it's not like Fields is throwing in tight windows either, right? But this is as much a separation issue as it does seem to be they got us. So you never know with Justin Fields what he would have done. Like, would Fields, for instance, have seen this and just immediately dove through what ends up being the stunt lane? I don't know. But part of that, it's funny you mentioned that Theme Torturous, is because the Bears just didn't call that many passes, like in the wide world of things. So somebody asked earlier, Scott, you mentioned the rain, that I think Fields struggles with the rain, which I do think. Would a healthy Fields have done better in the weather? Good question, to be honest with you. It's not like I think Siemian did anything outstanding, if you can't tell. Like, we've already gone over all the good ones. We have played the hits, right? Everything from here is kind of a bummer. It's not like it's all Siemian's fault. Credit to Siemian, right? Best thing you could say about Trevor Siemian, I think the whole chat would agree with me, is that he got out of the way, right? We got to see game plan and talent versus game plan and talent, because the quarterback didn't do anything. Like, there could be, maybe, if you really wanted to be picky, a couple plays that maybe Simeon does something, but not really, right? If anything, I can't help thinking that the plays we see here, because the Bears take a sack, I mean, they struggle enough with Simeon to get 10 yards on 3 plays. It's 2nd and 16. Again, contractually obligated to run the ball, right? Contractually obligated to run the ball. But Ben, I can't help thinking that the hardest part about defending Fields is that you have to play a not very good Bears team with 10 defenders. You have to put a hand behind your back, because if you don't commit a full player to Justin Fields, even if it's raining and I don't think he can throw the ball, like, if I was an offensive coordinator, I'd say Justin Fields cannot throw the ball without the laces today. Like, cannot do it. They will have no quick game. None. Even still, some of these basic dropbacks, right? Like, empty set right here. This guy flushes a little too far down alongside 47, and one of the interior guys also follows him while this guy sits in contain. Well, that's just too bad, isn't it? And at that point, whether Fields goes here, or like makes a move and gets somewhere else, he's just a problem. Like, because like you're saying, Weedy, if you commit the defender, that doesn't mean you get him. That just means at least you've remembered to account for him a little bit. Like, this game to me was in the first quarter, it showed us, okay, if Fields gets better, there are some basic pieces of the offense that I do think, like, the players around Fields will make more plays for him. Trevor Siemian picked up like 112 passing yards, and none of them looked hard. That's what we've been waiting for Fields, because right now, when Fields gets to an 150-yard mark, we want to give him a gold sticker. You know what I mean? Like, Fields makes every single one of his passing yards look remarkably difficult, and that includes the screens. And there is a good chunk of that that's on the quarterback. That said, this offense clearly misses its primary threat when the quarterback's not in the game. Running or not, right? Like, regardless of how much scrambling does or doesn't take off your career's shelf life, this offense had no edge. It had no fang. It had no tooth, right? It did not have claws once Justin Fields was out of the game. And it struggled enough against Atlanta, but it's remarkable that even against Atlanta, a bad game, an objectively bad game by the most of the Bears offense, still scored 24 points, right? Like, that's where we're sitting with this Justin Fields offense, is that the offense is remarkably productive, whereas this offense they hit New York where it hurt early, and then nothing. 3rd and 11, you've seen this kind of play before, haven't you? Like, Bears run a clear out here. They're going to have Montgomery, and I think it's one of these three, so I'm just going to draw it there. It doesn't really matter. The primary check down action is this crosser right here. Like, I think they call it double cross in Madden. I mean, it's not like they're literally running a Madden playbook, don't get me wrong, but they've got what looks like a dig route, a post route, and then your double cross action, right? So it's got some drive elements right here, which Simeon doesn't like. He sees, if I can get this ball to Montgomery may be able to make me a play. Only problem is, well, the throw's not there. Some of that is because of pressure. We can attribute it to pressure if you want to. 57 also looks like he's going to get him. Like, even if Montgomery catches this ball, I love Montgomery. It's no given he gets this play. If he had gotten that first down, we'd be saying, wow, Montgomery, not wow, Simeon, right? And it's not like that's Simeon's fault. It looks like, by the way, from just initial viewing, oh boy, 95 just cranks Mustipher. You feel bad for Sam on these kinds of plays because he turns his head, he never sees 95 coming, and he just gets crunched. 95 then comes back and pressures the quarterback. But like you're saying, Haplo, I mean, it's just not out of the realm of possibility that if Montgomery catches this, he somehow just for all I know, Haplo, Montgomery is capable of planting his feet, picking 57 up, throwing him over his head, and then continuing after a stiff arm. But yeah, I mean, it's a bad throw, Ben. Like, credit to Fields. Fields isn't really throwing off his back foot. And it took Trevor Siemian 1/2 to throw off his back foot 3 times in this offense. So, toughness points for Fields. But now still 17 or like still 17-10. And if it sounds like I'm dunking, again, can't emphasize enough, I'm not. I want to make as clear a difference between sophomore Justin Fields, who I have gone so far as to even saying that I think Fields right now looks like a talented rookie, which I think is kind of a dunk. Like, for a player I love, that's being pretty harsh. That said, I think Fields is the element that Fields brings to this offense is undeniable, and that's like that's the him factor that everybody gets really excited about, right? 65, by the way, on this play does a really, really nice job. Shoulder crunches, like you see a really nice competitive blocking set as Monty accidentally bumps into him and then is able to chug out even more yardage. This is one of those Montgomery runs where you're like, how'd you do this? Like, alien cut in the rain, another heavy cut, ultimately ends up making contact with, I think, 4 different defenders. Might have been 5. Just crazy what 32 can do when he does it. And yes, that's the one where Darnell got hurt, which, get better, please, Darnell. My understanding, by the way, even with Eddie Jackson's Lisfranc injury, is that all these Bears should be right as rain and ready to go by training camp next year, if not by OTAs. So there's an aspect to this game in particular that, like, bad game, shame on you, MetLife, right? But move on. I wouldn't be like, John, that would be completely unsurprising, especially because, like, with the Mooney injury in particular. Let me see. Right here, I think we were all thinking ACL, right? And so if it had been an ACL, John, that's real bad. Really bad. So instead, it's a season-ending injury. It's an ankle, right? Or was it a shin? But all the same, it's a play that it's not like anybody's, I don't know. Like, bad play. Not excited about it, but mostly just something that you're hoping we breathe in, we breathe out, we move on. It sucks that he's got to rehab, right? But if anything, I can't help thinking, yeah, good on Velus here. I mean, his hands are hilarious, for crying out loud. Like, I think it is so funny how meme-worthy it's becoming that, like, Trevor Siemian has to flip the ball to him. Like, what's going on here? It looks like Simeon's trying to hand it off to him, and then Velus doesn't take it. And so he just tosses the ball off his chest, and then Velus has to catch it. But, I mean, once you get the ball into 12's hands, yeah, you can make some plays with it. He does. Like, legs out a solid 9 yards right there. Just bada bing. Not 9. It's 7 yards on second down. But the burst is there. Like, there's reason with 12. Yeah, exactly, Myrtle, right? He has to nearly come back all the way to stop and then still gets the corner. This one's a weird one. This play in particular. Bears go play action. You got Claypool on the deep dig / blaze out. You've got Cole Kmet off the play action wheel. And then you got this receiver. I think he's running that, right? Simeon looks at Claypool, doesn't like it, looks back at Kmet, and I think he throws it away. Like, this is one of those that goes down as an incompletion. But just based on where the ball lands, way out of bounds, I think this is the I'm in the pocket, but I'm throwing the ball away anyways, right? Like, I almost wish there was a button for this in Madden because I'm convinced quarterbacks do it. But, like, I look at a ball way out there. If you want to call it a bad throw, you can. I'm not going to blame you. Like, technically, he could have been just trying to drop the ball in the bucket, and it turns out he's Trevor Siemian. He can't do that, right? But it also wouldn't surprise me if Siemian took a look at this and said, yeah, we lost, and just got rid of the ball. Because that's a good quarterback making a good decision. It's just an unspectacular quarterback making a good but unspectacular decision and leading to a 3rd and 3. That's a big problem here, isn't it? Because on this exact same play, I mean, we know what happens when Justin Fields gets this kind of room, right? It's not that wiggle, bang, touchdown, Let's not freak out too much. It's more like the defense itself gets nervous, And so when I think you can make a defense nervous, I think that you can affect them. When you can affect them, you can create yardage, you can create points, you can create, at the very least, opportunity for all those things. With Trevor Siemian, 57 has no issue just leaving him in there, right? Because one of these two is going to go get him. They got no problem. Trevor Siemian lets the ball loose, as he should. No catch, 3rd and 3, right? Oh, man, what do they do here? Check to something. Sack. Did we see this one live? This one's pretty sad. Somehow, Larry Borum must miss a check because there is no world in which, on empty set, no world in which you should be letting this guy go. I also only count 5 threats. I'm not a center. Is that obvious? I'm not a 300-pound guy. I don't have anything other than basic book smarts on how protection calling works. But all the same, usually the center... So when people talk about the mic, right? I don't know if we've gone over this on this channel, and you may know this already, right? But when we talk about the mic, who's the mic? It's there because it's who the center, generally speaking, has to cover. So within this, man, Damo, then who would it be on? Who would it be on? Why would it be on Siemian in that case? Because I don't understand why on earth they would double team this. The way Borum moves, he would expect them to double team right here. And that seems strange to me. I would love to hear Olin's reasoning, because going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on a freaking wide 9 seems suicidal. You've got a perfectly good lineman over here, for crying out loud. It just, to me, it seems as obvious gets. The other thing I don't like, if I can be honest with you guys, is that Mustipher doesn't even look at some of these guys. Why is it? Oh, I hate this call. Oh, I see it. Watch, you say that, Mike. Watch 76's eyes. Okay, so you guys are seeing my brain work in real time. Watch 76's eyes and watch Mustipher's eyes, right? Right off the snap, where are they looking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are we doing? Why are we playing 5-on-4? Right? This is a call. They're all on the same page. This technically isn't Borum's fault. Who on earth is leaving a wide 9 edge rusher open? He's right there. He's not trying into coverage. Or he's not dropping into coverage. He's just ready to rush. We're automatically triggering a hot situation the second we decide that apparently we don't trust Sam Mustipher to come over and make this block. They've been doing this all year too. The center's not been picking up the linebacker ever, going all the way back to that Giants game that I'm sure you guys remember. Why on earth did they slide this way? I guess technically it's not Borum's fault, but how else did we think this would work? Siemian looks to Cole Kmet as his hot route, and what? It's not there. So they take a sack. But why are we playing 5-on-4? We could play 5-on-5. J2K, it's not even hard. And the funny part is, John makes a funny comment, but it's true. Fields probably bakes this guy. The sad part is that Fields probably does step up and just beat him. And who's to say what happens from there? Again, I don't want to turn this into, I know we meme on the Orlovsky thing all the time, but it's not a touchdown just because I think Fields beats him. But Fields has been teeing guys up and breaking tackles in the pocket so consistently. You can see Trevor tries to do it. Trevor goes, okay, it didn't work. But all the same, it's Ugh. So sad. Especially since, like, it looks as if this is the hot route, like Cole Kmet, because it looks like that's where Trevor Siemian's eyes are going to be. But I don't know. Like, let's see here. Damo says he sent it to me. Is it... Let's see. Empty protection. They have the most dangerous to the left. RGRT have the 3 most dangerous to the right. Hang on. I can just show this. We can take a look at what Olin says in real time. But so we're going to accept this. So center guard, left tackle have the 3 most dangerous to the left, work into the defender over Pettis. RGRT have the most dangerous to the right. When the LBR mugs the A-gap, RT and RG have to sit on a squeeze call, which leaves the defensive end free. Why? Let me see. Weedy, I did not get it. Did it come through? Like, did the payment go through? Because maybe it did, or maybe it hasn't popped up yet. That's possible too. But either way, outrageously kind. Thank you so much. And I really, really appreciate it. But so it's not that I'm trying to dispute Olin. Let's see. So the QB should slide everyone to the right. He can redirect the center. He can let the tackle know he has the linebacker in the A. If he comes, then the tackle can stay on the end. Okay, so these are possible. I'm not disputing Olin. I'm just a little confused as to why they're paying attention to me. And again, I don't know anything. I've never played quarterback. Nickel blitzes are so much rarer than the nickel blitzes are so much rarer than a delayed blitz from a linebacker that obviously ends up coming from a creeper, that it seems strange to me to set your protection where you've gone 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess then it goes out to there 5. Right? Like, why leave the defensive end free? What are the chances he doesn't come? Why? Cody, yes, he does walk up. Let's see. They said it. They say they said it because he came up to Mug. And Damo, it's funny you mentioned no hot routes. I think he's hot to Kmet, but Kmet just gets covered up because 57 drops off. And I mean, that's a very common hot route. But, Mike, I can't pretend that it does or doesn't make sense. It's like, let me put it this way. Those may be the squeeze rules, and those may make a lot of sense. But if that's the case and the Jets picked up on what the Bears' squeeze rules are, they beat it so easily, it's a little on the embarrassing side. I would have expected that, J2K. Like, I would have expected the quarterback to have to basically play hot off of a defensive back blitz, but I'm not in their scheme room. I can't even say that I so know how protection rules work because I'm not in their room, that I can pretend like I can lecture them one way or another. But I certainly can question it over the internet on stream. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to question it. Here's another nice, easy, look at this, the offense works sometimes moment. Kudos to you, Cole Kmet. Starting to look good. Love watching number 85 play well. Like, that's a piece for the future that the Bears don't have to replace, and I am here for it. So then, second play of the drive, quick handoff, goes nowhere. One of the things that I noticed the Jets were doing in particular is that you'll notice they're playing too high, they're mugging up their corners, so they basically have an effective 9-man box to counter the Bears' condensed sets, right? While still trying to snuff out anything in the passing game. The Jets are trying to play a hybrid, like heavy run defense for plays exactly like this one, because at the end of the day, watch the Jets linebackers. People talk on the internet, I've seen this all the time, where people talk about linebackers reacting or not reacting to play action, right? I don't think it's that simple. I really don't. Watch these linebackers. Do they move for the run fake? It's not a fake, right? This linebacker doesn't move. you know? Like, he plays pass pretty much the entire way until he's behind. So what's the difference, right? Is it that linebackers don't react to play action? I don't think so. It's that linebackers trust their defensive line and just end up late to running plays because they can be. The Bears are, in this case, the Jets defensive line. Thank you so much, Weedy. That is really, really kind of you, truly. Like, thank you so much. Ask any question. I'll be right to it. The Jets defensive line is so good that they're able to ultimately get wins off of the Bears offensive line in the world of just eventually. I mean, check out 78 here. He blasts through and is able to, him and what looks like 58. 58 goes up against both tight ends. Shucks, is that Wesco? And is able to set the play down without the linebackers needing to fly up the way the Bears linebackers do. We've seen it, guys. If Jack Sanborn and Nick Morrow aren't involved early in these running plays, the Bears defensive line gets gashed. So I think it's a lack of trust thing, more so than it is coaching about reacting to play action. If they could figure out how, which plays were the play action plays and which plays weren't the play action plays quickly, they'd be geniuses and fortune tellers. They're not. They have to, one way or another, they have to be either playing mostly pass, but they'll get to the run, or they'll have to be playing mostly run, or they'll get to the pass on every run fake. The human brain just doesn't work any other way. And so I do wonder if we've over-analyticaled that specific aspect of defense. And then we called another run on 2nd and long. We made it 3rd and 6, hit Nito. I wish we could pass a little bit more, but I do think that the Bears are wary of how many problems that they have on both the wide receiver and the wide receiver and the offensive line sort of thing. Thank you so much, Weedy. Truly, thank you so much. I love hearing that. Let's see. And I completely agree, Grant. Like, Duo does make it harder to read the run-pass declaration from the linemen because they aren't firing off directly to that second level. And so it's not as if they're watching a guard and they're seeing the guard immediately advance to the second level. It could kind of look like pass pro. But all the same, trusting that defensive line means that they make a play. Here, Simeon gets surprised by the snap, which is ironic because he still hits the back of his drop and lets this thing fly. Kudos to him. Like, seriously? Nice trust ball. Nice back shoulder ball. Equinemius St. Brown looks at it and goes, "Are you kidding me? The ball's already here?" And just gets shocked, which is hilarious. I think this is funny. Because you want to talk about a player that is not accustomed to getting the ball on time. That's what this looks like. I mean, that's not even a dunk. Like, ESB looks as if he does not think that any of his quarterbacks are going to throw it this quick. And so Simeon does. It's actually a pretty solid back shoulder ball. Kudos to Simeon. But all the same, it's a failure on 3rd down, and suddenly the game is, let's see here, how did protection look? Protection practically didn't matter. This is something I would love to see Fields get a little bit better at. By the time Simeon throws it, like, Braxton Jones technically gets kind of cranked on this play. Like, look at this. He's in his set. He gets speed to powered really hard and ends up shucked pretty good. But the ball comes out so fast, it's a pressure, but it doesn't really affect the play. Still, it's a failure on 3rd down. And if you guys want to, we can call it there. Like, there's another drive that ends up in an interception. There's a couple more here and there, but it's 31-10, and there's 17 and a half minutes left in the game. That, to me, is about dead. Like, is it possible to bring it back? Well, Joe Flacco proved to us that anything's possible if you dream hard enough. Like, I get it. But I do think, we got to have a distinguisher for garbage time at some point. And while, like, from here on out, the Jets, I'll show you some of it. Like, the Jets just sit in a high shell, right? They're going to keep doing what they've been doing, but they commit less guys to the box overall. They're just going to play press like 2-man, basically, for the overwhelming majority of the game because who cares if the Bears run the ball on you at this stage? They're just bleeding their own time away. And so I think we can draw our conclusions there, where what we saw is, hey, Trevor Simeon's not a bad backup. Trevor Simeon does not suck, right? The Bears' offensive talent is lacking. The Bears' offensive talent lost a square up against the Jets' defense, fair and square, which would we have expected that if we went into it? Yeah, probably, right? I mean, I think we all knew that the Bears' talent wasn't as good as a very good Jets defense, but I also think it's very easy to see that Justin Fields is not playing hero ball because that's all he can do, right? Even when this offense is run through a quarterback that's going to get the ball out on time, that's going to throw the ball where it needs to be for the most part, the offense still couldn't muster any better than 10 points. And so I say all of this purely to say that I think it's clear the Bears' offense needs help. They need help on offensive line. They probably need help at receiver. And they certainly need their quarterback and Darnell Mooney right as rain and healthy once again before they do just about anything. I think Claypool has legit promise. Like, there are some plays that he made in this game, simple ones, but plays all the same, that have me thinking he could be a really nice tool. Will he be a wide receiver 1? That's up to him, right? Let's put it that way. Let's not say, I know he will, or I know he won't. Like, it's up to Chase Claypool whether he's going to be a wide receiver 1. But all the same, let's see. Yeah, exactly, John. We only got those 10 points when the running backs got absurd yak plays and when Chase Claypool dragged the ball down. Outside of that, the Bears looked remarkably less consistent, creating 10 yards in the face, or creating 10 yards in 3 plays than they have been. Where, guys, let's say what we will. With Justin Fields under center over the last 5 or 6 weeks, the Bears have been able to eye up almost any 1st and 10 and expect to pick up the first down, which is a remarkably different Bears offensive experience for as a fan than it is than it has been in the past, right? And so, Weedy, I can't help but think that when you talk about like decent arm bend, like I think that there's a major aspect of Claypool's game that the hope would be it comes alive after an offseason with Justin Fields. I mean, I think that's the only thing that we can expect. I also get the impression that Justin Fields really is a that dude worker and that he is fighting to get better at understanding coverages and getting the ball out. I don't think Fields doesn't know. I just think Fields is a little gun shy. Let's see. Wondering, are we going over the full game tape or are we getting into draft content? Cody, what are you looking for? Because we can do either. At this point, like what I will do at this stage is we're going to turn on Chicago's defense, but for literal moments, right? We are not going to be on this one long. And the reason we're doing that is because I want everybody to take a good look right now at the Bears defensive line in its current state. It's not good, guys. Like, within this, let's see, Theme Torturous, because the Bears are tanking so hard, we are going to be, like, what I wanted to take a look at is Jalen Carter and Will Anderson so that everybody here can get an understanding for who these guys are. What are we doing this for? What do we want a player worth tanking for? And so, are they that good, right? Let's see. Right now, if you take a look at this, I mean, this is an every play problem. And this is a basic play. Look at 93, look at 96. Is Watts a superstar? No. Did I have high expectations for Justin Jones? Some people did. I did not. But all the same, like right off the bat, both of these guys just get rocked off the ball. And the Bears allow 1, 2, 3, 4, which is never good. And the running back's able to go on or like pop off and make a play on. Let's see. I can't help but think the same thing, John. That's a good point. Harrison mentions Travis Gibson has been disappointing. Harrison, it depends on what your expectations were. I think Travis Gibson has looked like the rotational edge rusher that I wanted him to be. I mean, he looks feisty. He just needs fresher legs than the other guy. Because on a standard play, actually, I think this is an offensive hold where it looks like, ironically, it's against the guy who's going up against Travis Gibson. Could be wrong, but that's what it looked like. Let's see here. But you can just see this Bears offensive line getting manhandled. And number 93, Justin Jones, makes the occasional play. Like, just enough to where Bears fans remember his name. But I'm sure, unfortunately, that the ardent Bears fans out there have forgotten that Angelo Blackson is on the team. Because whenever he's in the game, they're doing just about nothing. And whenever Armon Watts is in the game, it's hit and miss. Sometimes he makes a play. Sometimes he doesn't make a play. And so I can't help but feel like this Bears defensive line, if it wasn't obvious already, it needs some tune-up. And also, Garrett Wilson is just the dude, right? Like, Garrett Wilson had a sweet game with Mike White. Who's to say that he may? Yeah, I'm not mentioning him. Theme Torches. Come on, do I have to? Like, Garrett Wilson looked like the guy. Garrett Wilson looked like somebody that if the Bears could get a player of his talent level, gosh, I would just foam at the mouth. It makes things look so easy when you've got a player that can beat somebody off the line so quickly, then make a contested catch. Wilson's a boss. Now, that's not even talking about Wilson's touchdown, right? It's just talking about how quickly Wilson wins, because that is what I think really matters here. It's not about, like, football is not a game of gaining 45 yards on a sweet catch downfield. That's great. Football is about winning fast for your quarterback, collecting the ball, and generating 8+ yards. And yeah, Alex, when you've got considering that Fields literally had better receivers in college than he's had in the NFL so far, I can actually understand some of his gun shyness. I mean, even Jeremy Ruckert, his tight end, is similar to Cole Kmet in terms of talent level. Like, the guys that he was playing with at Ohio State are nuts, but it'll take time. But all the same, I mean, you guys can see that the Bears are having pass rush problems, right? The Bears are having run stop problems. But I can understand anybody out there that would look at this Allen Williams defense and think, is this defense just garbage? And so I wanted to take us back into the Wayback Machine a little bit. So if you guys will indulge me, we're going to take a quick trip to Europe. So I'm going to engage our VPN over here, and let's go check out a Colts game, because I didn't have time to screen record it, and that means that we're going to have to go overseas to go get our information. So give me just a moment, and we will connect along. 3, 2, 1. Bienvenidos a tutti. Welcome to Europe. So let's go ahead and get everything stabilized. I understand that it'll take a little bit, but all the same, let's take this trip. I know, right, John? Very, very easy to hop on over to old Euro. So let me know if the stream quality gets any better. I'm taking a look at the little picture window. I can see it's pretty hazy right now. But so this is Europass. This is what it looks like. We've seen it before. Weedy, we're probably in Italy, because I feel like being in Italy today. But so, yeah, exactly, Derek. We went back in time in Europe. So we're going to go week 4. We're going to go see, let's see, where is it? Chicago, Indianapolis. Let's take a look at some coaches' film, boys and girls. So let's see here. It's going to load up. Yeah, right, Demo? We went from Texas to Italy just to go back to Indiana. Take a look at this Colts defensive line and put up with the black screen. We'll get back to it. But we have to. I can't remember if Rashad Coward is playing in this game, but what I know is happening in this game is that you know what? Hang on. How off is it really going to look? I bet it's going to look just fine. What I really wanted to take a look at here is, what does this line look like with Danico Autry, with Grover Stewart, with oh my gosh, DeForest Buckner, and with Justin Houston. Right? I mean, that's about as ideal a line as you're going to find based on the way that the Bears could kit their offseason off. And no kidding, Harrison, it was really wild looking back at that. But so we get to watch Mighty Number 9 playing quarterback again, at least for a little bit, but really focus on this defensive line. Like, do you really care about Bobby Okereke? You maybe should. Because it wouldn't surprise me if he's playing Mike linebacker for the Bears next year. But let's get there when we get there. Right? For now, watch this defensive line and look at how different the same defense is going to feel just in the way that they clog running lanes, right? I mean, can we already note the difference, you know? And so the hope would be that the Bears are able to force similar, maybe not exactly the same, but similar down and distances as the down and distance problems that the Colts were able to create. I mean, you've seen things just like what's going on. No, John, he'd be playing alongside Sanborn, to be clear. We're not demoting Jack the God Sanborn. We are making his partner better, improving, all to say. But so, quick completion out to the sideline. Man, is that Mooney? That's it's not rookie Mooney. That's sophomore Mooney. And then on 3rd and 1, let's see what happens. So it's still the same defense. It's still bend, don't break, right? But all the same, this defensive line is coming for you, and they'll go make plays if they can. So then on 1st and 10, it's not 3rd and 1 at all. Like, you can see the way that in a cage, Derek, I love it. But so CPAT gets the ball, and look at 90 here. I don't have the benefit of my of my slow motion, but here's good old James Daniels flashback, and it's Buckner going up against number 65, Cody Whitehair. He heads back, forces CPAT up the middle, and then comes back on over and makes the play alongside. I think that's it's Stewart on. Oh gosh, it is Rashad Goward. It really is. He comes over and makes the play. But it's wild to me watching just how different this same. Oh, it is a Fady. Good point. But so, relatively speaking, we're looking at the same defensive scheme, right? But a massively different defensive feel because of those same, because the players are massively improved. I mean, when you've got guys on the defensive line, you can do a lot of things from a defensive perspective that are going to look just fine because you can generate pressure with your front four and you can stuff the run with just 4 guys. It's the same principle as the 2018 Chicago Bears defense with Akeem Hicks and Eddie Goldman, one of my favorite defenses in memory. But it's like you're saying, J2K, doesn't this feel different? This is also an Alan Williams defense in a sense because it's technically a Matt Eberflus defense, but we get it. Like, it's basically all the same staff running this same defense. It just looks different. And like you're saying, Excelion, as Grandpa says, the game's won and lost in the trenches. Here on 3rd and 3, they create some major pressure for Nick Foles. He's got to throw the ball on time to Allen Robinson, RIP, his season. And a lot of that is because this same defensive line just gets after it off the snap. I mean, look at this. Look at how quick they're coming downhill. Like, DeForest Buckner in particular, bullying James Daniels just enough to give a flash of color, right? I love that phrase, a flash of color for the quarterback so that he understands he's under pressure. I mean, Ben, it's clearly more athletic than what the Bears are dealing with. Like, clearly, here's special teams. You haven't seen that on the channel in a long dang time. It's because, obviously, I got my heart broken, right, by losing Mega Punt. Oh, man, did we shank it? Speaking of Mega Punt, or is it a block? What happened here? It's a block! God, I love football. Not when it's against the Bears, but thankfully I don't feel that like connection to the Bears to make this too sad. But boy, oh boy, the Colts were prepared off of this one. Anyways, Weedy, I agree with you. You're definitely not going to get me fighting you on this. Like, I like the Fangio defense much more, but all the same, I can acknowledge that this defense can work. Emphasis on the word can, right? It just needs more in the trenches than the Bears have right now. And so there's a couple ways that we can get there. But I wanted to, again, we'll watch a couple more series before we dive into some of the potential ways that the Bears can try to bridge the gap from how do we get from where we are to this, or at least as close to it as we can, right? Because even on that's not some kind of incredible and spectacular pass rush. It's more that the Bears are like, this Bears team is getting squeezed a little bit. But more importantly, in my opinion, every time the Bears tried to get the run ball or like the running game going, let's see here. Well, that one's tipped, and Allen Robinson caught it anyways. You gotta love that. Here's the old changeup. I agree, Reinhardt. I think it should be like a family thing. Like, we've got, it's first name. I forgot. We went from Manley to Scales. Like, tip at the line. Robinson catches the knuckleballer. First down. Chicago Bears. But all the same, a great defensive line. I mean, guys, we saw this against Washington, didn't we? A really good defensive line forces the opposing offense to have to, quote, earn it on every single snap. Here on a pretty basic run play, look at the chaos that the Colts, I almost keep wanting to say the Bears, because now I'm cheering for. We went back in time because I remember this Colts team dominating the Bears at the line of scrimmage, but it is funny with the shoe being on the other foot, and now we're breaking down the Colts in a positive light. See you later, Reinhardt. Get some sleep. Have a good one on Vildor Island. Yeah, Damo, maybe Allen Robinson watches this film and still gets mad, for all we know. But all the same, generate some rush. Did Graham catch that? Well, I guess we'll see here. It looks like they blitz. Yeah, 6-man blitz. Foles has to get rid of it. No, Jimmy Graham did not catch that. Third down. It's pretty much the same scheme. Like, they're still running a bunch of cover 3. They're still, like, they're just coming on down. And Grant, I mean, yeah, Justin Houston doesn't look crazy in this, right? Though, let's see this snap because he may make some noise here. Well, not really. Is it Buckner up front? Because he looks like he might be about to be a problem. Okay, him and Stewart look like they do some kind of a stunt. But right now, the Bears corners can't attack the way these Colts corners felt like they could, because when the Colts ran a game up front, it was just a matter of time until the opponent had to release the ball. Right now, no matter what the Bears do, if these corners attack anything, they're going to give up a touchdown. It's rough out there, team. It's also wild seeing Rivers on here. Yeah, no kidding, right? Right, Derek? Oh yeah, he's a cool dude. Survived a car crash. That was harrowing. I think this is the Bears' first trip into the red zone, by the way, because they draw a defensive pass interference here. That much, I can't believe I remember it, but I do. Let's see. Basically, our D-line makes anybody's O-line take one step back and plant. This D-line makes the O-line stumble backwards, changes everything, even if they end up planting before giving up any pressure. Are we talking? When you say this, you mean the Colts, right? Because I agree, it changes everything. Weedy, I do think it's hilarious that he went from Bears special teams to Packers special teams, and the Packers special teams. Oh, you mean the Packers in general? Oh, yeah, no, that is really funny, I think. But yeah, the Bears are trying everything from a play action perspective, but there's a particular couple of plays that I can't remember if they're coming up fairly soon, but I know there's one series that I've always thought about. I really have. Like, this game left a big impression on me as a film person, because take a look at this. Like, it's 2nd and 4, right? And you'll see the Bears are going to run, I think they run duo. They ran a ton of duo in this game. And watch this defensive line, how they come off the ball and close lanes up. And yes, the linebackers rally. Absolutely. But that's 99. That's still in the middle of this play. Like, you can follow this one right here, I believe, who rolls off and gets back on the ball to bring him down. Like, this defensive line, I mean, to put it really simply, guys, this defensive line is a factor. And the Bears' defensive line is not a factor and hasn't been a factor all season long. So then you force 3rd down. You're not going to convert all of them. And in this case, the Bears do. But every time you can force a 3rd down, look, it's rare to be a Chicago Bears team, or to face a team as bizarrely good at converting 3rd downs as Justin Fields has been for the Chicago Bears. I think we can all agree for that. That, like, you will take your chances if you can force 14 third downs a game, because if you can keep forcing third downs, like you will eventually get the ball back. Let's see. Christopher mentions, do I know why the 2022 Bears run the head down center snap every away game instead of the guard tap? I think it's because, Christopher, of something to do with their cadence. Like, I don't know why they like it more. And I agree with you. I think it's weird. But the guard tap became too obvious, and way too many of them got blitzed. Like, too many of those guard taps got keyed on. And guys just jumped the snap and made huge plays. So they had to go away from it. I'm not sure why, right? I can tell you that seems to be the decision that they made. It feels to me like a must for limitation. Not that Papa Olin would ever admit that out loud, but it kind of seems like the way that it is. I don't know. Weedy, I can literally only imagine what you have in mind as to why Nick Foles is number 9. Let me see. Who makes the play here? Somebody's gotta. Because the Bears' offensive line wasn't... It was in the beginning stages of being awful, but it wasn't quite awful yet. In this case, 54 comes downhill, makes a nice play. And now it's 3rd and 7. Is this the one where... No. There's a couple plays where, like, Roquan gets bullied. But... Let's see. Just way over. Like, look at how quickly the Bears have to get rid of the ball. Now, part of that is because this is how Nick Foles likes to play the game. I've always loved Nick Foles, if only because he's like a West Coast quarterback. West Coast quarterback. But the defensive line for the Colts, like, watch 90 on this. Watch the way he just drives him back. Like, James Daniels has a tough matchup ahead of him, and Buckner just takes advantage, walks him back, ball's got to come out. It doesn't. We get the picture. Like, we could watch more Colts highlights, but let's go ahead, hop on a plane, and head back to Texas so that we can start watching Robert's film bank, right? We're coming back. We're coming back. And there we go. We are connected again. So, goodbye. Wave goodbye to Italy, and let's head over. Now, where do you guys want to start? Right? Because we can now start on a lot of places. Now we're looking, once again, at a Bears offensive line made up of, in this specific moment, it's Al-Qadim Muhammad, it's Mike Pennell, it's Angelo Blackson, it's, I don't even know who 97 is. Like, I'm sure if I did any thinking, I could probably come up with it. But right now, I just want to, like, look into the camera and say, it's Taco. Of course, it's Taco, J2K. But so... Within that, like, we got some options, because Derek Reeves here specifically mentioned on Twitter that he wanted to go over some free agency signings. So we can go over free agents first. We can go over the draft kids first, just because, let me put it this way. We've got a couple of divergent paths, right? And so the reason that I'm thinking maybe we look at the kids first, like Anderson and Carter, is because if you don't know who the top 2 guys at the very start are, right, or at the very top are, the free agents aren't as important. I can argue with you guys, in my opinion anyways. I think your decision on which prospect you like more between Anderson or Carter drives your decision-making on how you are going to choose your free agents, right? And so within that context, I might argue, Derek, that we could go over the free agents, but we might go over them second. At the end of the day, though, there's an aspect of, like, truth to me saying this is y'all's stream. So please, a couple people have an opinion. Like J2K, Derek, folks, I know you're in there, have an opinion one way or another, so that we can start having a conversation where you guys think the conversation needs to start. Because I've voiced my opinion, certainly. But at the same time, like, I want the order in how we want to go about saying it. Because at the moment, while I buy some time, let's remember the Bears at this stage, NFL Tankathon. We have to, Derek. We have to. Like, that's really key. So the Bears at the moment are number 2, right? And number 2 is great. The problem is, as you'll notice, the Bears are 3-9. The Rams and the Denver are 3-8. So they will actually tie the Bears if everybody loses out. Now, there is one specific piece, right? Rams and Denver, they play each other, right? So eventually, one of these teams will be 4. And whatever they are. But then the other one still has the strength of schedule tiebreaker. So at the moment, the Bears are actually slated for number 3. We are cheering for Denver or the Rams to each win a game out of turn so that the Bears go up to 2. I hate to say it. That's where we're at. If Mooney and Eddie Jackson are gone for the daggum season, right, then we're in tank mode. And I have no problem saying that. Shut Jalen Johnson down for all I care. Like, play Chase Claypool, let Fields rest literally as much as he wants to. Like, we're good at this point. And gosh, John, that would be great if the Bears or if the Broncos and the Rams tied. It'd be electric. But at some point, we got to hope that the Rams win a game, which may be tough. Cooper Kupp's out. Stafford is hurt. I don't know. I don't even know if Donald's playing at this point. But so, yeah, Harrison, I hate to tell you, Bears aren't making the playoffs. But all that to say, so my thought, Christopher, I agree with you that like just like the offseason, we would go free agency, then draft picks. But here's what you got to remember, right? The draft order is what is being set by this win-loss. So you kind of, I think, have to work backwards. You'll get to BPA when you get to BPA. But you, in my opinion, once you know what these guys are, you can take a look at the free agency class and say, how can we get some of that, or do we need this guy? Because the Bears currently project to end up so high up in the draft order that they actually can kind of choose what they're going to do. Now, one X factor that is being discussed, but we just don't know, right, is Houston. I'll even just underline them in a big way. Houston may make the decision for the Bears. They may take Will Anderson. That's possible. Can't emphasize that enough. It is possible that Houston thinks that they're not close enough, that they would prefer Caleb Williams, that they can ride some garbage quarterback, whether it's Kyle Allen or Davis Mills, right, for another year, lose another ton of games, and then take Caleb Williams at the top of the 2024 draft. Not out of the question, but assuming Houston drafts a quarterback, I think that the Bears are going to get the choice between Anderson and Carter. Let's talk about both. So first, I want to start with Anderson because let's start with Jalen Carter. I think Carter makes a lot of sense here, if only because on this channel in particular, I've talked about Jalen Carter an awful lot. You should see who I'm talking about at this point. So let's start here. We'll get to Anderson in a minute because I think Anderson also rules. I'll give you my opinion on each. But let's start with Carter. So Carter is, I'll warn you, we're looking at number 88 right here. And just watch the way he moves. Really soak in some of these snaps. By the way, this is officially the point where I'm pretty sure that the stream is going to get demonetized. So if you want to support your boy, it helps. But I think somehow this college film always keeps getting claimed. I'm fine with that. I'll live with it. I do this for you. But you guys can tell, but like, I'm letting you know it happens. Watch this. Because Eric, I agree with you, but really check this kid out. Like, watch the way he moves off the snap. That's not even slow motion. Oh, I guess that actually is moving kind of fast. There must be less frames here. But like, Jalen Carter does not move like a normal 300-pound human being. Shimmy, shimmy, shake, hand motion, attempts to rip the inside. Like, it's not like that's the strongest snap you're going to see, if it wasn't obvious. It's more like, I mean, look at that, for crying out loud. I think it was Derek who was saying you need rush from the interior. Somebody was, just a little while ago, talking about a 4-3, because look at this and imagine an interior rusher rushing like a dadgum edge rusher. Like, snap, dip, pressure the quarterback. Yes, he makes a play, obviously, but like, what a sweet pass rush from a 300-pound man. Like, whoa, what a player. And so the way you see him move, as big as he is just so wrong and so right. Like, I mean, seriously, Munster. Yeah, it's like, I mean, we are witnessing what looks to me like a young Aaron Donald type. Like, when you talk about 3-tech in this Bears defense, Spectre, you mentioned it's like a Hicks. Like, I can't help but think that this is similar but different than DeForest Buckner. Like, this is your 3-tech. This is the 3-tech that you would want really badly within this defense, which is part of why I start there. And of course, thank you so much, Feme Torturous. Really, really, like, that means so much. But so it is stupid, Ben, watching how fast he is. Like, and sure, it's not like every single play is a winner. You can see at this point that 88 gets washed out of this play right here. Like, he's not an anime villain. You know what I mean? Where he's still going to get shucked and his speed gets used against him every once in a while. But just watching him rush the passer is crazy. Like, it is wild watching 88 rush the passer because he rushes it like an edge rusher. I've watched defensive linemen for years that just push into their guy. Maybe they try like a move here or there, but they're kind of just there, pushing their guy, getting there when they get there, right? Jalen Carter does not. Every single pass rush is an opportunity to continue to flash. And I agree with you. Like, it is crazy, J2K, comparing just about anybody. When I look at Carter, I really struggle not to use the word generational. And you guys know me. I really try not to be hyperbolic, but like, look at this. 310, 310 pounds. And he's going to do this. Push, split. So fast. Like, I barely care that it's not like these are getting home. Split swim through the defense. What do you do about this? What do you do about this? And part of that, John, is because he's been hurt all this year. Like, not all this year, but he banged up his MCL, believe it or not, and sprained it earlier in the year. So he's, generally speaking, not been needed within the Georgia defense, and so he's not overexerted himself. I mean, at least from what I've seen so far. And Georgia's been so dominant. It's not like they've needed number 88 to trot out and do a bunch of stuff, right? This, by the way, this isn't even this year. This is last year because I wanted to see him spry, you know? You'll also notice that whereas we've been watching, in many cases, 40 minutes of defensive film, like Carter within these games, I can't help but feel like, John, so for instance, you mentioned stats. I hope this is the right play. Yeah, look at this. Like, no, that's the one earlier. Let me get back to the one we were just looking at. Like, this, you're not going to get any stats for this play right here, but what a rush. This might have been Carson. I just pulled the film. But, what is going on? Sorry. Let's see, another 3-tech lacked the stats. I mean, you're right. Like, it is awfully weird thinking about the production piece. Just because, like, what's going on? Let's see. Christian, I agree with you on that, by the way. It hurts, but it's true. This play is bananas. I'm just going to start doing, like, stop and start, because it looks like the arrow keys are being weird with this film until I know otherwise. This is such a strong rep from 88. I mean, one-on-one against the Oregon guard, and he's going to go, oh, please work. He's going to get off the line, swipe inside, swipe back outside, rip underneath, and hit the quarterback. This is a defensive tackle. This is a defensive tackle. This is a more sophisticated rush move than the edge rusher is going to deploy. I mean, this is crazy tape, in my opinion. And I'm with you, John. I don't have any idea what's going on. But every time I watch his tape, I see plays like this. Like, check this out. Shuck, hit. Do we need to live this one down again? Because we laughed out loud, right? When this happened with Mustipher. Shuck, hit. I can't help but think, John, that, okay, so the only weird part about where Jalen Carter's coming from is that you got to remember that you're totally right. Now that I see it again, this says 2022. So who was that? Not Christian, it was Carson. This is the first game of, you can't see it up there, but it's up there. Like in my little thing, this is the first game of 2022, which is great because it means that we're looking at current tape. I love current year tape. Anyways, John, what I do find myself wondering is any part of this stat problem the fact that last year he was playing on a line with Devontae Wyatt and Jordan Davis, like among others, and this year he's hurt. So I can't say for sure I know. His film is just bananas. And because like you're saying, normally a 3-tech should have tons of stats, but it's almost like we are seeing Carter's film, but within the scope of the defense, this was his moment to be the best player, and then he got hurt. And I don't want to say he's been taking it easy, but we're definitely hoping that in the national championship and whatnot, we get just that little bit more film. But yeah, I mean, Damo, they did. Like, just watching what Carter is doing on this defense, like, you get the occasional play exactly like this one. Apparently, Jalen Carter has effort concerns, which I find interesting, if only because you definitely see stuff like this, where it's like he kind of walks off the line. But, Derek, I wouldn't know. What I can say is, like, watching just what he does on film, I feel like you see all of the traits within, especially the interior pass rush like arsenal that you could ever dream of. And John, the weird part is of course that like when you talk about a top 5 pick, like you got to gamble somewhere. I mean, picking anybody is always somewhat of a gamble. Like, that's not even me trying to back up Jalen Carter, so to speak. It's me more talking about, like, as soon as the Lions committed to Jeff Okudah, like, is that worth a top 5 pick? I think there are a lot of players that aren't worth a top 5 pick just off of that metric alone. That may be the defining characteristic that pushes people towards Will Anderson. But I know when I watch his film here that even just giving you guys a taste of what we're looking at with Carter, it is bananas watching this player, and you can immediately see the impact that even if he doesn't explicitly have it, right? Him being on this defense would affect tons of quarterbacks across the Bears defense just because you have to commit either 2 blockers to him, therefore freeing up one-on-ones for anybody else, or he's going to like he will pressure the quarterback at a fair degree because he's an alien. He's right up there in that Aaron Donald, Chris Jones mold. At least, John, that's the hope. And so, is he the perfect 3-tech? Well, according to this draft, he's certainly a great option. But watching a player like this, whenever we've talked about, like, you lose a bunch of games and you draft Jalen Carter, this is at least what we were going for. And I can't help but agree with you, John. Well, I don't know about going all the way to agree with you. Like, at the end of the day, whether they pick Carter or Anderson, I don't think that there's anything to be bummed about. Because the more I watch this, the more I look at this film, and I think to myself, picks be darned, I struggle to see Matt Eberflus looking away from a player of this caliber. But at the same time, when potentially the next heir apparent to NFL superstar edge rushing is on the board, you might need to take him. There's just a legitimate question on whether he's going to go 1-1. And so without that, or like with that question unanswered, like, will he even be there? We start here so that we can then look at Anderson. Especially since, for crying out loud, John, I knew that on this channel, given how much I've talked about the need for 3-tech and how much I know I love interior rushers, because if you made me choose between Aaron Donald and Vaughn, I would probably take Donald, because watching Akeem Hicks pretty much changed my opinion on how defensive line works, and I think interior players that are true superstars are just so much more damaging. I think Chris Jones does more for you than Nick Bosa, and while that might be kind of a hot take because edge rushers are obviously so huge and cause so much damage, I think that it's kind of funny when you think about it, the niche downs that edge rushers come in on, like, or not come in, but where edge rushers make their primary effect are important 3rd and 8s, important 3rd and 6s, important 3rd and 3s, where Chris Jones, or in his day, Akeem Hicks, would make his impact was literally any down. Literally any down. And I think that really matters when I look at it. But Will Anderson is the guy that we got to go to next. Let's see. Who was more impactful to me between Mack and Hicks? I think in 2018 demo, it was Hicks. Like, I think Hicks was an absolute mammoth. I mean, if I could go back and show you, Hicks pretty much single-handedly won the Vikings game by himself. Like, that's not to take anything away from 52. That's to say that 96 was consuming double teams. 96 was there's a play that I remember where against the Packers, they hit him with a double block, and then they had a third guy come over to try to block Hicks. So he fought through a triple block to sack Aaron Rodgers in one of the Bears-Packers games. Like, when you can do that, you're doing something that no edge rusher can. And like you're saying, Weedy, it's funny you mentioned that, like, where you might get a sack from Nick Bosa, but a game where he's not getting double teamed by an interior defensive lineman, like an edge, you can chip him with tight ends or running backs. I don't want to take anything away from edge rushers. Like, edge rushers win you games. I mean, they're your closer. Like, that's the best way to put it, isn't it? I've actually never made this comparison myself, so I'm going to trot it out, and I'm going to see what you guys think. I think your defensive tackles are your starting pitchers. I think your edge rushers are your closers, right? They're the guys who go out and end a series for you. Maybe they'll end it on 1st down. Maybe they'll end it on 3rd down. But the edge rusher is there to give you a 15 to maybe 20% chance to just close the book on the series. The defensive tackle is that starting pitcher. They're the guy who's giving you almost every single inning. Like, whether it's 1st and 10 and you're running the ball, the defensive tackle makes a difference. Whether it's 3rd and 10 and you're passing the ball, the defensive tackle makes a difference. Are they going to make as big a difference as they would, or as the edge rusher would, on that 3rd and 10? Probably not. But if they do, the quarterback still has to deal with it. And it's part of where I know I look at somebody like number 91 in Kansas City, Chris Jones, and I just love watching him. Like 99 in Los Angeles, love watching him because these disruptors, Arik Armstead in San Francisco, like, these incredible interior defensive linemen are just phenomenal football players and create massive, massive problems. And hey, John, that is super bizarre, because good point. Like, there's one play in particular that I think I can find in Jalen Carter's Alabama game where we could watch more, but there's one I want to show specifically. You know what? There's an easier way to do this, isn't there? Is it this one? I can just pull the clip off of my file system because I outputted it. Let's see. This play in particular from 88 is one that really made a big difference to me. I know that's corny to say about one play, but all the same, you're going to see a true double team that Jalen Carter's going to fight through. And like you're saying, John, this isn't a TFL. But the fact that he's two-gapping and is still able to make the play, again, going back through it, that is two guys directly engaging him. Carter reads the running back, understands he's cutting up field, plants his feet, sheds the rusher, or sheds this blocker, bends back in to make the play, and brings the running back down. It's a 6-yard gain. but also it's a true double team on a wide zone play that Carter's able to blow up. This exact play, starting right here, has been a disaster for the Bears, where on this kind of play right there, you'd see this lineman creep up and you'd see this guy come back, and then the runner would hit right here for a huge gain. We've just seen a lot of them, and then Eddie Jackson, RIP, would have to come in and clean it up. No, I agree with you, John. I think that that's the whole point of stats and film. Like, I am only ignoring those stats to be really direct with you, John. Like, let me look in the camera and say this, so to speak. Like, the stats being problematic for Jalen Carter is something that I will get to when I have the mental fortitude to really get to it. Because when your film is this good, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. This reminds me of the DK Metcalf situation, where I think you can overthink things sometimes. But I'm only saying that because I already like the player and I'm biased. So let's move to Will Anderson, because his production has no issues matching up with what we see on tape. So if you don't know who Will Anderson is an edge rusher for Alabama. So we go from now Georgia, we stay in the SEC, and we go to Alabama. And the game we're about to watch, his whole season this year, he's been plenty productive, but he hasn't been like crazy productive, so to speak. That said, I think that there's a ton here that we can look at. Let's see. Where's his Texas game? I have his Texas game. And I want you guys to just watch the way he moves, because Will Anderson is ridiculous. Like, I described him earlier as an anime villain. I believe it. Like, when you watch this guy, he is crazy. 31 right here. I want you to notice how much, even though he plays with a certain degree of hesitation, absolutely nobody, this play notwithstanding, like, you know, if you haven't scouted an edge rusher before, scouting edge rushers is weird, because the more that you see plays like this where they're just trying to sucker the edge rusher, the more it looks like, I don't know, they got played. In many cases, they didn't. But watching exactly. When J2K, when he wants to move, like when Anderson wants to move, he just moves wherever he wants to be. Look at how long he is. He's 240 pounds. He's about 6'4"-ish. He sets the edge really well, like we saw right there, and his hands are even better than anything else. You really start to see him heat up in the middle. And then I've got a game from Texas A&M, I think in 2021, because last year he had 17 sacks. And that is crazy, John. Like, he is a pressure machine. I mean, Anderson is as productive an edge rusher as we've seen in college for quite some time. And you see some hesitation here. I mean, like, I could show you his Tennessee film, which is not going to blow anybody's mind because it doesn't look particularly crazy. I mean, it's as if he spent the whole game playing contain, which is particularly strange. But the wild part to me about Anderson is that you watch a ho-hum rush like this. Like, you tell me, Anderson's going to win inside and create pressure on this play. Does Anderson look like, I mean, for lack of a better word, does this look to you like a guy who's conventionally trying? Like, I mean, quick cut inside, but nothing explosive. I mean, he's coming out of a 2-point stance, and he shoots his hands inside and just walks into the middle because he can. Like, it is crazy when Anderson pops off the two, right? Or, like, not pops off the two. When Anderson makes a play, it looks like the one that you're about to see, where you're like, whoa, did he just do that? Like, let's take a look at this. It's what would have been a run stop, where Anderson hits his tackle, keeps his balance, engages this guy, and forces the run to bounce outside by himself. Like, he takes on him and the puller and wins enough for the running back to spin around. So then 42 misses a tackle, bummer, but that's not really the problem here, right? And so just watching the way Anderson plays, like, you can see here, maybe not immediately, because I think edge rushers are awfully strange. When you really start to stare at an edge rusher, it feels like you're looking at a player that's pretty good until suddenly, like you really see it. Trent Dilfer to UAB. Is he really going to UAB, Damo? Let's see. Eric, I struggle, in my opinion, seeing Fields. Like, I love Justin Fields, and I struggle to see Fields winning a game with this team because this defense is so bad. Like, especially because the teams that the Bears play remaining, at the very least, are competent on offense. And like J2K is saying, I mean, take a look at this rep in particular. It's not that I have it marked on anything. You can just see it. We'll go slow motion. Does 70 actually get his hands on Anderson at any point? Because while they lock him up right there, you can see they've got to roll an extra lineman over just to get two shoulders in place to stop him. I mean, Anderson is so tough to beat in a hand fight like that. Like, this is a backside rep, but it's an important rep all the same, because I really want to drive home that the craziest part about watching Anderson is he wins hand fights without any issue. Look at how quick this is. Boom. Boom. He's gone. Like, this is the anime villain thing, where it's like he can get in the backfield whenever he wants to. Sure, it's against a tight end, but that is so quick. Like, that tight end evaporated. 78 right there. Like, look at how quickly he throws him off balance and gets back inside. I think, is this Ewers right now, number 3? Because this at one point was Ewers' best game of his season, easily. But, like, here, quick hand inside, like, fights the hands off immediately. He goes hand to hand with the Texas tackle, throws them off, rips back in, and had there not been help, which, big if, right? But when you're sliding 2 full linemen to deal with one guy, that is a crazy focus on the game plan. Like, throw the hands, get a second hand on the shoulder, whoosh him, and then finally you're stopped by the help guy. And so still big play for Texas. But the technical aspect of his rushing ability is wild. And he's surprisingly good at at run defense for a guy his size. Like, you would expect him, he defends like a 270-pound defensive end at 240 pounds. So is he a scheme fit, conventionally speaking? Not really, for the Eberflus defense, but he's so good. He's so good. And it does make you beg the question on, if you can't fit Will Anderson into your defense, like, what is your defense at that point? And so I completely understand. Like, John, the more, especially when you take a second tour through this tape, some of these more technical rushes I didn't pick up on in many cases. Like, just because, oh my goodness, it is crazy watching him set the edge. Because what you can see a whole bunch of, here's 31, like, in case you didn't catch him, is it's not that Anderson, to your point, kind of what you're hinting at, John, is winning with power, but he's so good at avoiding allowing the offensive lineman to exert any leverage on him at all. Look, for some reason, this lineman doesn't get his hands on him. Doesn't it look like his hands are engaged right there? And yet, a couple frames later, his hands are off. Like, all he can really do is push him, but Anderson's still engaged. Like, he's holding the edge without any real issue, and then an Alabama defender comes in and sweeps him back up. Hey, Ace, how you doing? It's pretty nutty watching just how much impact Anderson has over his defenders on a play-to-play basis. Look at this. Just let me try to beat him. I lost. Like, Anderson sits him down in a matter of frames. Hands, get off of me. I mean, crazy Munster. Like, this is what's so funny about these two individual players, right? On one hand, you have Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter is way too fast for his size, right? Then you have Will Anderson, way too strong for his size. I mean, you've got two guys that are doing things that somebody of their frame and build seemingly should not be able to do, right? That's what you're looking for in one of these top 5 players, right? Is somebody who is more than the mold, right? Somebody who breaks the mold. And so I can't help but think when I look at these guys that you've got some very, very talented players. I mean, and like you're saying, I mean, just watch. I mean, for crying out loud. Like, I could barely care where the ball goes. I think Texas completes this. Will slides over. Like, look at this. Slides over. Snap. I beat you. Snap. Power rush. and it creates a window for 10. Sure. But, like, anime villain. Like, you dare approach me? On the ground. I mean, he's embarrassing, guys. That's soul stealing. And it opens up like, hey, it's a sweet throw by the quarterback. Good for him. But like, you can see how many resources it's taking for Anderson to not get pressure, and he's still getting there, for crying out loud. Like, that's wild. And Derek, that's a good point. 13% of snaps. That's wild. Quick hands. Gets back inside. What a demon. Just watching him play. And right in the backfield. Why wouldn't he be? In fact, if there's any criticism of Carter, it's that Carter plays so fast. I mean, granted, it's not like he gets blocked here. I don't know what the plan was. But if anything, Carter plays so fast, he doesn't finish near as many of the plays as he creates. I mean, it's hilarious, if anything, how often you'll see Carter end up in the backfield and then they get out of the play. Kind of like the Leonard Floyd special, but it happens a lot more often. So I wonder if there's an aspect of he's so quick that it even surprises him and his brain can't quite catch up to just how fast he's moving. But I also can't help but look at this guy. I mean, do you guys see the same thing I'm seeing? Where not only is he talented, but you can almost tell he's just a little raw. Just raw enough. Like J2K, do you know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, you can see that he's still got room to grow into an even better player. And that's the part I know I look at and I'm like, why am I feeling this way about one of the best young edge rushers I have ever seen on tape? Like, if there is any, like, if there's anything to particularly glow about, I mean, for crying out loud, look at this. Are we seeing what I think we're seeing? Where not Jalen Carter, Will Anderson's going to eat a double team by 2 linemen. Remember, 320, 300 at least. So that's 600 pounds leaning on him. And he does not move. How did he not move? How did he hold the edge? Now, granted, we're stretching the word hold the edge a little bit, but still contacted the running back. Like, what on earth? There's some of this stuff that's just wild from a football perspective. Like, you shouldn't be able to do that. I mean, he's crazy good with leverage. Here's another example of engages number 70, rips off. He's past him. Could he finish this play? Would love to see it. I think he trips. But, oh my gosh. Like, bang, whoosh, goodbye. Oh my word. I agree with you, J2K, about like working on winning when his hands don't, but man, oh man, do his hands win an awful lot. Like, I also, let's see, like it might be, no, I get what you mean. Like, Christian, the way that I would think about it is that the Bears have $125 million, right? And they're going to spend all over the place. One of the ways, okay, so Christian, okay, think about it this way, all right? This is the most exciting thing I can tell you, casual or not. right? It doesn't mean you're a casual. The reason we're watching Will Anderson, why are we doing this? It's because Justin Fields scored 29 points against the Dallas Cowboys. Did they win? No. Justin Fields scored 30 points against the Miami Dolphins. Did they win? No. Justin Fields scored 30 points against the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions! Did they win? No. Justin Fields scored 24 points on an off day, quote unquote, against the Atlanta Falcons on the road. Did they win? No. And so because of this, getting defensive help helps the same performances win. And so when we take a look at these defensive players at the top of the draft, the goal is to build the defense up as quickly as possible so that when we buy a brand new left guard, when we buy a brand new right tackle in potentially Elton Jenkins of the Packers, like when we get better on offense, when Chase Claypool spends a year integrating with the offense, when the Bears potentially spend a second-round pick on a receiver, they can then add Javon Hargrave, Deron Payne, and Will Anderson, and suddenly their defense, alongside Bobby Okereke at linebacker, is actually pretty good. Like with Eddie Jackson, Jaquan Brisker at safety, with Kyler Gordon, Jalen Johnson, even if it's Kindle Vildor at defensive back, that suddenly, like to your point, the same, well, a little bit better in offense, right, is buoyed by a defense that makes a 30-point performance against the Lions a 2-score blowout. Does that make sense? That's what there is to get excited about, Christian. It's how can the exact same offensive performances turn into blowouts? Because I think it's actually easier to bring opposing points down right now, as long as you're not playing Patrick Mahomes, right? But the Bears haven't been playing Patrick Mahomes. The Bears have been getting blown out by Marcus Mariota. Mike White looked like a superhero, for crying out loud. We can't do that and win. Thankfully, I'm trying to win, but we will need to next year. Let's see. And exactly like you're saying, right, Derek? It's like we were worried earlier in the season that Poles' war chest could only be spent well if Fields showed something special. We saw it. So now it's just a matter of how we then move forward. What can we do? And Ace, you're right. If the Bears did play Alabama, I imagine they'd win, but Dominique Robinson would literally be going up against harder competition than he faced in Miami, Ohio, for sure. Like Travis Gibson, who played for Buffalo, would suddenly be taking on SEC talent. Like, as much as I understand, everybody goes, no, the worst NFL team would annihilate the best college team. You know, the line gets blurry when you've got a bunch of first-round picks playing for Georgia. Like, is Trevor Siemian better than Stetson Bennett? Yes, right? We're all on the same page there. Like, is Eddie Jackson better than most of the guys that they have? Is Jalen Johnson going to eat whoever, like, whatever receivers they go for? Oh, thank you, Harrison. Sorry about that. You're right, it was Tulsa. Like, yeah, of course there are going to be a ton of Chicago Bears that would have a major advantage over the guy across from them at Georgia, but it is kind of sad how Sam Mustipher would go from being the center for Notre Dame to playing against Jalen Carter. Like, at advantage Georgia in that case. Now, plenty of other positions on the line, right? But it's a thought experiment. I mean, some of these college teams, when they get that good, they're pretty good. But so, Elon, don't worry about your life being hectic AF. I hope that you're doing all right. We're here for you if you need us. But so, I personally think, Ben, you're exactly right. The only thing holding the Bears back right now from scoring an absurd amount of points is the fact that the defense is bad enough that the opposing teams are getting tons of time to hold on to the ball. If theoretically the Bears defense was good at getting the ball back for Justin Fields in the offense, I think that they would, I think they'd be lighting him up. Let's keep watching just a little bit more Anderson because it's fun. Watching this guy, I'm kind of with you. Like, I don't want, for some reason, John, I have told myself it's boring to pick Anderson over Carter, but it's hard for me to watch this tape again and not see a player that you just can't find in free agency. You won't get close to this kind of player in free agency. Let me see. J2K, I feel like you had a really strong note. No shoulder dip to his game like Quinn. Like, by shoulder dip, do you mean bend or do you mean like a hesitation move, so to speak? But it is, I mean, watching Anderson, you're just not going to find this guy a second time. Like, at the very least, this guy feels like, let me put it this way, Jalen Carter feels like you're watching Aaron Donald. Will Anderson feels like you're watching Will Anderson. Like, I kind of agree, Ace. Like, there's definitely some Micah Parsons in there. Like, don't let me take away from Parsons too much. It's more to say that I feel like there are some players where you watch them. Fields is one of these players. Like, let me be as positive as I could possibly be about Justin Fields. I don't feel like I'm watching Lamar Jackson. I don't feel like I'm watching Michael Vick. I don't feel like I'm watching, Jalen Hurts. I feel like I'm watching Justin Fields. Does that make sense? With Mitch Trubisky, you were trying to find what he was, right? With Will Anderson, I feel like you're watching Will Anderson. Like, and I agree with you, J2K, though I will tell you that I think that bend is one of those innate things that some guys have it and some guys don't. And so I don't know if Will Anderson has wild bend, but boy, oh boy, he is such a fast technician. I mean, I'll say it one more time. I feel like he feels like, I won't say anime villain. What I will say is, if the Bears were going up against the team that had drafted Will Anderson, I would be terrified because I don't know how Braxton Jones is supposed to beat this guy. This rep is perfect, by the way. So you've watched the whole game. You've seen just how badly Will Anderson has been smoking people, right? Check out what 70 tries to do here, right? For some reason, 70 gets desperate enough. He decides to just lunge. I guess it's because both tackles are cutting. When you take a look at 78, he's doing the same thing, but it's still funny to see 70 just suddenly go for the cut, miss completely. Like, I guess get enough, but Anderson is so quick that he just interprets it and just breezes on past the guy. I mean, he's just playing a step faster than Texas is. And it is, I mean, he looks like a defensive hand grenade. I mean, he looks like somebody that you just have to plan for. And I can't help but think that, to John's point in here, if you're going to spend a number 2 overall pick on a player, that's a good player. That's a really good player. Like, that's a player that is probably worth that number 2 pick, because goodness, that's just really, really, really good. Really, really good. And so we've gotten a nice taste of his film. There's one more player that I want to watch. I haven't watched this film. I don't know if it's going to be boring. I don't know if it's going to be fun. But there's another player that if the Bears do trade down, I can't help but think that we might need to know the name of. And let's see. If you skip him at 2 and the Lions took him at 3, I would, Ace, it would depend on what we did. Like, do you mean the Bears trade down and somebody else comes in? It depends on what we got. I would, if the Lions took, that's a good question. Ace, let me answer that. If the Lions took Will Anderson at 3, or you're saying if we took Jalen Carter, but let's say that the Lions, either way, the Lions took Will Anderson at 3, I would kind of laugh. At some point, the Lions have to not commit to Jared Goff, right? Like, at some point, the Lions have to take a quarterback. And so if the Lions took Will Anderson, as good as that makes them, like, Jameson Williams is a boss, right? A lot of the stuff they're doing on offense, awesome. Amon-Ra St. Brown, a boss. Seeing Will Anderson and Aiden Hutchinson right there next to each other, very, very tough. But where's the quarterback? Because if you're really going to commit to Goff for all this time, like, that is a big gamble. But all that to say, like, let me see. If that happened, I'd feel a lot better than, yeah, amen. Like, maybe they would be committing to Caleb Williams, Damo, but it would be it would be bizarre because I don't think they'd be high enough to take Caleb Williams. Their team would be too good. But Ace, if Anderson was a Lion, I would be like, let's not say Lion. If Anderson was somehow a Packer, right, I would shake in my poor boots because that is not a player that I want to see lining up against you. But so let's see here. Why not trade back to number 3 and pick up another first-round pick? I mean, I think that all those options are going to be open. We need to talk about those when we get there, right? It depends on, because, okay, so to use an example, when you look at Will Anderson here, let me ask you a question. So we're all aware that Marcus Davenport's hurt all the time, right? The actually very good and very talented edge rusher for the New Orleans Saints, like is Marcus Davenport plus Roquan Smith plus Alec Pierce as good as Von Miller in his prime? It's a good question. And that already massively favors the trade down. And by favor, I mean like I'm being very gratuitous because normally if I told you I'll give you 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick, one of those is going to be a cataclysmic bust for some reason that we don't see coming. So you've got a hurt but talented edge rusher, you've got an inside linebacker at Roquan Smith, and you've got a good wide receiver. Maybe not great. We don't know. He's a rookie, right? I like him, but all the same, is that guy as good as an edge rusher that debatably won a Super Bowl, not by himself, but Von Miller was such a problem in that Denver, I mean, he obviously won 2, but Von Miller was such a problem in that Denver Panthers Super Bowl that he was just lightning. I mean, he was the difference, right? Same with Aaron Donald. I mean, I'd say he closed out the Rams Super Bowl. So, and you're right, Elon. It's not like he'd be the only one, but all the same, it's the thought experiment, right? It's really ask yourself, because it's easy, I think, to say, well, duh, I'd take all the players. But the question becomes, okay, what if you just get a bunch of players? That's helpful. But how is the 2018 Bears defense? I love Akeem Hicks. Is the 2018 Bears defense what it is without Khalil Mack on it? No way. Right? Just because Mack was such a... I would argue, Ace and everybody else in here, that Khalil Mack was such a visible problem that everybody had to plan for, that Akeem Hicks arising as a second problem Mack became the straw that stirred Akeem Hicks's drink, debatably, because they weren't trying to chip Hicks by the at the start of the season. They were trying to stop 52, and 96 just kept being an issue. And I can't help but think that a Will Anderson opens up a 3-tech like a Javon Hargrave that you signed in the offseason. But all of that is just talk. Like, there's a trade down candidate we need to talk about because there's a defensive end who's had a particularly snazzy season that I want to see some film on. So if you guys will indulge me, let's watch a Texas Tech edge rusher named Tyree Wilson. So this is some 2021 fit tape because my tape trickles in, right? So I don't have any like 2022 tape, but Tyree Wilson is, from what I have seen in the Big 12 this year, a huge issue for all kinds of defenses, and he plays at that much more natural 270-pound weight that you would expect of a defensive end. So this is the kind of guy that if you traded down to maybe 6, 7, 8, you could still look to get number 19 over here, and play with it. Like, is the DT Eric? Is that Michael Mayer that you're thinking of? Let's see. Yeah, John, he is 6'6". Like, Tyree Wilson is a big dude. Number 19 right here. He's 270, he's 6'6", and you can clearly see that he's got some serious power in his hands. Like, just based on what we've seen already. Now, okay, draftniks who know better than me in here, because there are plenty of you guys. Is Tyree Wilson a bit of a one-hit wonder, or was he as productive in his 2021 season as he has been in his 2022 season in any comparison? Because for instance, I know that his 2022 has just been bonkers, but I didn't have time to look anything up. I was watching way too many players. to get prepped for this, but like somebody who knows better, like he's definitely somebody that I look at. So let me put it this way, guys: if you're not getting Jalen Carter and you're not getting Will Anderson, the Bears probably need an edge rusher. Like the Colts had Houston and they had Danico Autry. But they need, like, the Bears would need a cheap edge rusher within this class somewhere. Like whether it's the first round, whether it's the second round, they need an edge rusher. And so whether that's a true defensive end or whether that's an outside linebacker that they convert like Anderson's a phenomenal option, but again, he could go 1-1. So there are going to be plenty of edge rushers and defensive ends that we're going to be looking at, and you're getting a first-hand appearance as I watch some of Tyree's tape here, because I can't wait for the 2022 tape, of course. But like you're saying, Ace, I am seeing a lot of like foot stopping compared to Anderson. Like, okay, so Ace, just to let you know, you are now experiencing one of apparently what most draft analysts tell me is a fatal flaw. They tell me basically never ever look at like two players that play the same position back to back. And part of that is because once you've watched Anderson, any other edge rusher just looks slow, right? So there's a little truth to that, to the idea of like Tyree Wilson doesn't look near as fast as Will Anderson does. What Tyree Wilson does look like is roughly as fast as Danico Autry was, right? Like he looks like he's playing 30 pounds heavier, and at least I can see it. Holy moly, is he long and big. Like, let me back this up. Let's see. What a huge person. That is a massive frame. And, okay, Sean, good to know. 7 last year and 13 and a half and 14 TFLs this year. So he got a lot better then, which makes this good. This is good tape to watch now in week 12 of the NFL season, so that when I get my hands on more, or like my grubby little hands on some 2022 tape, we can watch it and see if he looks like a different player. He might. You might not even like that, because somebody like Quentin Johnston has been dominant for 2 years, who, by the way, John, if I traded back and somehow I had a plan to add some really solid, like defensive talent, I would really consider Quentin Johnston as early as 8, maybe 7. Like, some of that would come down to how he tests, but I'm not a doofus. Like, if I go down to 11, I don't think I'm getting Johnston. And so Johnston is the kind of guy that I look at and I say, I will make room. Like, if I could get Quentin Johnston and that means I have to move Chase Claypool, so be it. Like, Johnston looks like the guy. Maybe you get Jordan Addison in like pick 11, 12, 14. I'm trying to be fair, right? There's this bad habit draft dukes do every year where they take somebody like Christian Watson, and because the draft simulator says that you can get Christian Watson in the because the draft simulator tells you early on that Tyron Smith's going to be a 4th rounder and that Christian Watson's going to be a 5th rounder, and Devontae Wyatt's going to fall to the 3rd, that for some reason that means that I'm going to tell you that, Jordan Addison, you could totally get him around 19. No way. Like, Quentin Johnston is, like you're saying, J2K, I mean, it's hilarious that you can do that. It's probably not going to happen. And so within that, like, I think Quentin Johnston's going top 10. I think if he falls to 6, that's exciting, right? If I can't help but think that Jordan Addison's probably not far behind him. I think maybe you can get JSN at like 18th. Maybe he'll go higher. I guess I don't know, right? But I do think that when you look at a lot of these players, like you mentioned, like, what's the earliest? Let me see. Was the question? Yeah, the earliest I would take a wide receiver. I think you've got to have a really killer free agency. Like, one way or another, you got to feel like you upgraded the hell out of the defensive line, because those top 2 picks, the positional players, they're obviously on defensive line, and so you got to feel like one of those guys is there for you. But Let's see. Turu mentions one of those get open quick guys. I agree. There's talk that Wilson might come surging up the draft board just because of that frame and power. I mean, like, Derek, it is making the assumption that you can take this right here, that he is surging up the board. There's a reason, Derek, that when I said trade down, if I'm not being clear, Derek, I think Tyree Wilson looks like a top 10 pick. Like, not necessarily on this film, so to speak, but like every time I've turned on a tech game, I hear Tyree Wilson's name 9 times in the game on a casual watch, and that's not a normal edge rusher. So I can completely understand if he gets viewed as the best true 4-3 defensive end in the draft. That would not surprise me at all. And so if you theoretically, for instance, traded down, honestly, Derek, wouldn't be surprised. Like, I have him at 7, but the idea that he could end up being top 5 is just a matter of how many quarterbacks are going in the top 10, right? If you end up with quarterback, Anderson, Carter, 5 is a quarterback, then he falls to 6 by default, right? But what if you don't? And so I completely get what you mean, just looking at that. And yeah, exactly, Ben. I mean, shocker. Tyree Wilson's not a generational hand technician, which admittedly, like, what are you expecting? And you could see the power. I really, the more I'm watching this, want to see that second year's tape because, like, it would just not shock me at all if Tyree got a lot better at his hands. The stats that Sean mentioned, because Sean, I think it was you talking about how he jumped up to 13.5. He's still got a game left. Like, I'm pretty sure Texas Tech won 6 games. And if Texas Tech won 6 games, they're going to a bowl. And if they're going to a bowl, that means his stat line isn't done yet. I'd be stunned if he doesn't make a play in the bowl game. So you could be looking at a jump from a 7-sack guy to a 15-sack guy. Whereas Will Anderson had 17 sacks in the SEC in his second year. Like, crazy what's going on. Or, like, Will Anderson is generational. I don't think Tyree Wilson compares directly to Anderson. The question is, if you had the chance to get Tyree Wilson, like, look at this length. Jeepers. I mean, this isn't even a crazy play. Like, this isn't something outright abnormal, but he gets his hands on. He reads the running back. Man, we don't get a great shot, do we? He reaches out and is just going to get a piece of him from what feels like a car length away. Like, you want to talk about pythons for arms. Goodness gracious. That is some reach. Yeah, and no kidding, renewable. Like, Flus likes him long. That's for doggone sure. Boom. What a huge hit. The funny part about watching tape is that sometimes you catch a player that is, it's like a play that's completely meaningless in the world of what we're watching, but it looks like 25 leaves. He puts him on the turf. As far as the Carter taking plays off thing, I got to be honest, when I'm watching film, okay, so how many people are old enough in this chat to have seen Airplane, like the legendary comedy movie Airplane? If you haven't seen Airplane, you should go watch Airplane. But there's a legendary quote in that game, or in Airplane, where Kareem Abdul-Jabbar gets asked, let me see, do I still have the quote pulled up? Yeah. Joey says, wait a minute, I know you. You're Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You play basketball for the Los Angeles Lakers. I'm sorry, son. You must have me confused with somebody else. My name is Roger Murdoch. I'm the co-pilot. You are Kareem. I've seen you play. My dad's got season tickets. I think you should go back to your seat now, Joey. Right, Clarence? Nah, he's not bothering anyone. Let him stay here. But just remember, my name is Roger Murdoch. I'm an airline pilot. I think you're the greatest, but my dad says you don't work hard enough on defense. And he says that lots of times you don't even run down the court, and that you don't really try, except during the playoffs. The hell I don't. Listen, kid, I've been hearing that crap ever since I was at UCLA. I'm out there busting my buns every night. Tell your old man to drag Walton and Lanier up the court for 48 minutes. That quote, to me, describes Jalen Carter. Like, the point being that Ace, when I hear, oh, he takes plays off, I sit there and think he's 300 pounds and he's moving like he's 265. Like, it would not surprise me if the kid gets tired. And so, like, I personally am not that worried about it. Like, maybe I need to take a look at more film. I'm always open to taking the narrative seriously, but when I watch Carter, I see a guy going hard in the paint on almost literally every down. I see more loaf downs from Anderson than I do from Carter. I just see downs where Carter looks exhausted. And you know who else did that? Akeem Hicks and every other defensive lineman I've seen that doesn't get subbed out. Because exactly, Turu, that's why most defensive linemen stay fresh. They get subbed all the time. I'm not saying it's not something you shouldn't think about. It's that when people said Justin Fields was a last in, first out guy, I thought that was stupid too. Like, it's something people just say, right? But the talent is obvious, and I think it's easy to overthink those top picks. And when you're not talking about a corner, sorry, I hated the Jeff Okudah pick at the time. Like, I get it. There are a lot of reasons why everybody keeps looking at that kind of thing. I personally think that even when the corner is Derek Stingley and Sauce Gardner, that it is easier, right, to classic Weedy. Love it. Like, and that's the thing, John. This to me is what I'm about to say is 100% just a draft preference. Like, I think the bust rate on corners is bad enough that it worries me. And I'd rather take the risk on a receiver and deal with what I can at corner. But that's partially, John, because I am over the moon in love with good safety play and simultaneously a believer that you can coach good safety play up through finding a guy with intangibles like Eddie Jackson. I mean, I'm not somebody that is under the impression that you have to draft a safety in the first round, right? So if you theoretically took a corner and a safety like constantly in the second round, like that was just one of those positions that like you're constantly picking a corner or a safety in the second or third round, I personally think that you still end up developing a very, very good defensive unit. Whereas in my opinion, John, a top 10, let's use top 10 pick as an example. What is the fall off between Jeff Okudah, top 4 overall pick, and Jalen Johnson? I would debate not much. And does that, or you could pick Stingley, you could pick Sauce. I would still argue that Jalen Johnson to that guy is not as far as Aaron Donald to Logan Hall, right? And you're still going to get your sweet George Karlaftis's, which I think he was later in the first round at that. But Logan Hall was still a first rounder, just like very, very late first rounder. But the drop off between ultra superstar defensive lineman and pretty doggone good is massive. Whereas at corner, ultra superstar and like and pretty good corner, I don't know how much difference it actually makes. That's really what I'm going for here, right? When I think taking a tackle in the top 5, to use an example, how much real difference is there between a healthy Elton Jenkins and Tristan Wirfs? A lot. But how much real value do you think it adds to the offense to have a Tristan Wirfs over an Elton Jenkins? Not as much as the difference between Alec Pierce and Jamar Chase. You may think that's cheating. It's not, right? Like, Elton Jenkins, if memory serves, was a UDFA. Like, when you're picking in the top 10, I think you got to take an edge. I think you got to take a quarterback. I think you got to take a wide receiver. I think you got to take a defensive lineman. Like, if it's not one of those 4, you should trade down. To me, it's that simple. Like, if you are stuck with a weird pick, like number 7 with the Colts, like a while ago, and Quentin Nelson is just the best player available, and nobody wants your pick, you can take him. It's not like it's that simple, right? Like this rule isn't that hard and fast, but at the same time, the Lions, I would have taken Tua and just sat on him. Like that. Granted, I don't know if it would have worked. I might have gotten fired for it. But if nobody wanted to trade with me and I was going to get stuck taking a corner, I would have just taken a quarterback, pissed everybody off, made somebody trade for him, said, I don't want him. He's on the block. But like, I'm taking him and just played hardball and seen what happened. Would have been awesome. But Turu asks, was Bears taking Roquan a huge mistake? Turu, I would argue that the nicest way I can phrase this is the Bears were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Roquan was a very, very, normal pick. Roquan was the 8th out of 8 very good players. He was the last one in that tier, let's say, taken. He was a linebacker that was really good at being a weak side linebacker that Georgia's defensive line kept completely clean. I mean, there was nothing within that. You know what I'm saying? And so I get why they picked him, especially since the last 2 first-round picks that Pace had generated some serious controversy. And I know that people, like John, you mentioned Fangio pounded the table for Roquan. Another thing, the older I get, the less I believe the people who say that professional athletes and coaches don't read the newspaper. They do. And so Ryan Pace knows he got killed over the Kevin White and the Mitch Trubisky selections. I can't help but think that when Vic Fangio pounded the table for Roquan Smith, part of Pace said, I mean, people are going to like it, and just took him, right? And I mean, like you're saying, Turu, when Flus was asked about it, he almost laughed out loud. He even overestimated where the pick was, right? Said at 5? No. And then he what's the word? He pinned it on Ballard and made it sound like this was all Ballard's idea. I don't think Chris would have gone for it, but I don't think Flus would have gone for it either. I don't think that was, or that's something that they would have done, but I also think that sometimes you just get unlucky with where you are in the draft. And the Bears have been there. I mean, do we all remember? Do we need a reminder that the Bears were 1 pick away from Leonard Williams? Then the year after that, they were 1 pick away from Aaron Donald. Sometimes you just know. The Rams were right there. Bears fans were so excited about drafting this kid from Aaron Donald. And so it's I don't know. It's wild. But Derek, that may have been the case. It may have been. We don't get to know. I would love to pick Flus's brain about it with Truth Serum, but we don't get that. And so then why did who fall to 13? Specifically Turu. Donald? Because a player like him hadn't dominated in the league yet. You got to remember, Turu, that there are a lot of these players that, okay, to use a silly question, or not question, but to use a silly example, Bryce Young. Bryce Young is getting absolutely, yeah, I know, right, Colin? The worst. But when they're 3-9, what options do we have? Oh, with a starting quarterback hurt, and their wide receiver 1 hurt, and their best defensive player hurt, both of those last 2 gone for the season, it's draft time. You know, we got to start thinking about what the team's going to look like in the future. To be fair, they have more dead cap than they have, or they have more money on defense dedicated to dead cap than they have on the defense. They're getting what they pay for. No, Jalen isn't healthy. But so, Turu, when a player like Bryce Young looks different, than a guy that's ever succeeded, a lot of people just freak out. To use an example, let's see, who's a top 5 in the league? Haplo, it's a positional value question. It's that when you draft a Roquan Smith in the top 10, first of all, it becomes a question of is he a top 5 linebacker, which we don't need to get into. I'm not trying to hate on Roquan Smith, and you know that. It's more to say that once you draft him in the top 10, you are setting yourself up to need to pay him $20 million down the road, which becomes the question of, did you draft him understanding you probably weren't going to extend him? Did Roquan fail and therefore the Bears didn't extend him after the 5th-year option? What's the story, Wishbone, right? And I don't know if there's a particularly easy answer. I mean, I certainly don't think Roquan failed, so to speak. And yeah, I definitely need to see some 2022 because Tyree Wilson looks raw as heck right here. And that doesn't mean bad. It just means that since we know he exploded, there doesn't need to be as much projection. And for the sake of just making me, because I'm hearing those same whispers of, is this guy like a top 10? And I wasn't a huge Kayvon Walker guy, so it can be that simple sometimes. But yeah, Q, you bet. I need some 2022 tape if you're still in here because let's get the next Texas Tech legend into the NFL. We've already got Patrick Mahomes. Now we've just gotta bring another one in, and especially if he ends up being the trade down option to be a Chicago Bear, that would be wild. Let's see. I've been wanting to look at Myles Murphy. I wanted to take a peek at Tyree Wilson. We'll take a look now at a couple of different options across the NFL. But first, let's go ahead and start with taking a look at some salary cap situations, right? So let's move on to that. So we'll do this, and then we'll close up, and we'll try to get out of here by midnight. But we'll see if that actually happens, right? So I will need, let's see, all 22. Let's see. I need to find a game because I need a Minnesota game. That's Houston. Give me a moment. I'm downloading the film we're about to go over. Sure. I need an Eagles game. Yep. We need a Washington game, and I really don't want to relive the Bears one. I'd rather look at the Washington playing, almost literally anybody else. I wish we had an excuse, fam, to watch a Denver game because I think they are hilarious, but that's me just giving in to being kind of mean. So that's that. But the three main, if you have guessed the pitch a little bit, let's see. That's really not bad. Colin O'Grady. So let me go through here. Let's see. If Roquan goes in the second round and makes multiple All-Pros, do you think he would not command $20 million? Haplo, I agree with you. That's the things get hard because we're talking about linebacker. It's the same thing as the running back thing. I think linebacker is in the same positional problem as running back is, where the value of the position itself is up in question. And when a Jack Sanborn shows up and starts tackling like an animal, it only makes that question worse, right? Because it starts to feel like the Raheem Mostert thing. So if it was literally any other position, I don't think it draws near as much of a stir, But so if Anderson goes 1, trade back and pick up another edge at 4 to 8, totally. Nomad, we will do Trenton Simpson another day. Let's see. And that's the other thing, Haplo. There wasn't anybody better. I think that you would have wanted to trade, but the only reason that anybody would have traded would have been to trade up to take Roquan. There are sometimes you just get stuck in the draft, or in the, you just get stuck, right? But they were in the draft and they really didn't have a direction to go. So, Turu, at the end of the day, to answer your question, I don't think Ryan Pace made a mistake drafting Roquan Smith because I don't think anybody else fell. I think that was the pick. That was just the pick. And they made it work in 2018. It worked out. But so, let's see. Oh, man. No, that's true, Ben. So, let's see. Can Sanborn legitimately cover the tight ends and running backs he's supposed to? Weedy within this scheme, he's not really supposed to. He's just supposed to help bracket them. The Bears don't play a lot of man coverage in general right now. Let's see. So we've got the film. If it's not obvious, the three defensive linemen that I want to go over are Dalvin Tomlinson. I want to go over Javon Hargrave. I want to go over Deron Payne. So let's talk about cap for all of them, right? Eagles salary cap calculator. Will they get to free agency? That's our first question every time, as it should be, right? So looking at the Eagles right now, Jacob, you know what? Another day? Absolutely. And John, I would, but all of my tape is segmented into offenses and defenses, so I found something. Like, we'll take a look at who they're against here soon. Javon Hargrave is making $17.8 million right now, which I really only point out because Javon Hargrave is not about to take a pay cut, right? So that he can leave. The cap space in 23, by the way, they've only got about $15 million. So taking a look at this, let's see, his void years kick in next year. So as soon as he's gone, let me see, I think. Yeah, might as well. So we're cutting him not because he's actually cut, right? But because he's gone. He's off the roster. And they still only have $15.2 million left. So obviously they've got plenty of guys that are worth bringing back. Like you've got the GOAT, Gardner Minshew, obviously is the name that really jumps off the board here. But jokes aside, like Chauncey Gardner-Smith, I think is a very solid player. I actually like his game a lot, but obviously his whole game is being annoying. Then like Zach Pascal is a solid player, not spectacular, but then you've got, let's see, it wouldn't surprise me if they want to bring Miles Sanders back on some kind of a deal, but that's just because when you spend a second round pick on a running back, that tends to be what a lot of people do, though they may let him go. They really may. And then there's not a ton, like, honestly, they may need the $15 million just to sign their draft capital, or draft capital. What am I talking about? They may need that to just sign the draft class and get back down. But so that is, yeah, he does. That's for sure. But so the main reason I'm saying this is because Javon Hargrave leaving makes a lot of sense. So let's see, who is Javon Hargrave, right? Javon Hargrave, height, weight. We know he's about 30. He's 6'2". He's 305, right? So he makes a lot of sense depending on how he moves. Let's take a look in a little bit. He makes a lot of sense as a potential interior defensive ad for the Bears. Now, it's not as simple. It's not as simple as pick him up, throw him in the defense, right? Especially when DeForest Buckner, the guy who we're pulling this from, weighed 6'7", 290. But if Javon Hargrave was, in your eyes, a defensive end, the Bears need a defensive end. If, in your eyes, Javon Hargrave could stand in at 3-tech, you could do that. Like, I want to take a look at the film before we make any decisions, but it's more to say, let's start there, because I personally think while he's 30, that's his drawback. He's been a very good defensive interior rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles. He has shown a lot of gusto, especially in on his other team as a run stopper. So he's got run chops, he's got pass chops. He will cost a lot of money, but moreover, he's available. The only thing that he's really not is young, but there's a different player we will get to in Deron Payne that brings the youth. It's just a question of, is he the guy? Because Hargrave, it's not a question of talent, it's a question of age. When you say Dillard Turu, do you mean the tackle? I'm sure he's an option, but I personally don't think a ton of him, and that's not me trying to be overly critical. Just whenever I've watched him, I've not been wildly impressed. But so, let's see. J2K, it wouldn't surprise me if Poles goes under 30, but we really might as well talk about him anyways, just to be sure. Because there are, let's see. Atlanta, Carolina, Mindy from Buffalo. That's Dalvin Tomlinson. The problem is that when you look at talented free agents, a lot of them are just a matter of, let's see, Conklin and Jenkins. I think Jenkins is the clear OT leader right now. It's not to say that it will happen. It's obviously never that simple, but you can understand that with the Packers connection with Luke Getsy, it would be very unsurprising if that's the direction they ultimately went. Let's see here. Philly D. Oh, good. I pulled Indy tape. Let's see. We should be looking at Colts players. I mean, maybe. The question becomes, so to use an example, because Nomad brings up something important. All right, so that's actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, Nomad. I'm very glad you mentioned that. Let's look at Colts. So here's the problem, right? The Colts have $34,000 next year. It's not a ton. It's not a ton, right? And so it's not a ton. It's not too little by any stretch of the imagination. So if, for instance, in 23 they decided to cut Matt Ryan, they would then have 52. There is no specific reason to cut DeForest Buckner, as much as I want them to. There is no explicit reason why they need to cut DeForest Buckner. Maybe they would solicit a trade offer for DeForest Buckner, but there's no reason to cut him. Does this make sense? I would love it. DeForest Buckner rules. It also wouldn't surprise me if Bobby Okereke, the linebacker, is coming to the Bears. That's not a question. But Buckner is, because I hear you, John, but it's more that Buckner is an alien. This is like the people last year who said, to use a direct corollary, this is like the people last year that said, the Bears are going to cut Eddie Jackson. No, they're not. Eddie Jackson's a very good player. To cut him is to cut value from your team, and right now, at $19.7 million, that's pretty cheap. That'd be great, Derek. But so, this is a valuable contract for the Colts. DeForest Buckner is not that old at 29. And if you think Yannick is an option at 28, Buckner is obviously the preferred one. He's outrageously good. And if he hits the open market, I'm not turning any other direction. I would love DeForest Buckner. Turu, good question. Are we still keeping Eddie with the injury? You're talking to the wrong person if you want me to say no. My understanding is that it's an off-season surgery. So that's if it's not quite if he tore his ACL, but you can make a full recovery, is my understanding, from a Linsfranc injury. It's just a matter of getting surgery on it, and then he should make it to camp, no problem. So we'll see. Nomad, maybe they would, but I really doubt it. Eddie Jackson has been, I think, their clear-cut best player, and so they would have to, they'd have to replace him with somebody, and I just don't think they're ready for that yet. Wouldn't surprise me if this is what hurts them from mid-season comeback. No, Turu, he'd be back before training camp. So a Linsfranc surgery, as I understand it, is a couple months recovery time, not 18 and not 12. It's not an ACL. This isn't the season-ending injury that I think it's been necessarily talked about. It's not that bad. It's bad. It's not that bad. But so, anyways, Nomad, I appreciate the idea because the Buckner things come up a lot. I just don't think the Colts are in a position where they have to deal him. So then Washington. Calculator. I guess I have to type in Commanders, don't I? But so this one's interesting because let's see. I think we'd have to trade for him too. And I don't think he's worth trading for. As much as I love DeForest Buckner, if only because I think you'd probably have to send a third to get them interested. And as neato as that could be, I don't know. Maybe. People could probably talk me into it because I get talked into a lot of things. But I don't know. Yeah, John Bostic. That's the blacks from the past, isn't it, Turu? So this is one where, let's see, there might not be enough good free agents. Like, so some of these free agents will get re-signed and not, want to come to the Bears. Oh, 100% agree. But so the main thing worth remembering here is that Daron Payne, he's 25 years old. That is huge. I mean, you could almost book it, but is he going to make it to the market, right? Eric says, no way. And Eric, before we got on the stream, I said, no way. Then I called up a friend of mine. I said, isn't it so silly that people keep thinking that a guy like Daron Payne is going to get to free agency? And then my friend goes, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Normally I would agree with you, but they have Jonathan Allen making $26 million. They have Chase Young, who's going to get extended. They have Montez Sweat, who's going to get a bag. They can't pay everybody. And Daron Payne is the perfect example of a player that a team like Washington that has drafted and developed nose tackle type players in the past could easily say, okay, we don't need to pay him. And because Payne is so young, and because Payne has started to generate interior rush, it wouldn't surprise me, J2K, if Payne goes out and gets a bag. And so they may think to themselves, okay, we're going to have to pay Montez Sweat $25 million a year. We're going to have to pay Chase Young $25 million a year. We're already paying Jonathan Allen $26 million a year. At this point, can we even afford this guy? And the answer may not be no, or the answer may be no. And that works out in the Bears' favor. Because it's a good player hitting the open market. And Turu, they could just tag him for a year. That's totally possible. But it's worth mentioning that that'd still be money. That'd still be, to use a specific, that would be almost $90 million of your cap space tied into your defensive line. It's possible. But chances are they'd try to just draft a second-round pick and see if he can play in the same spot on a beastly defensive line. It's what people tend to do. Think of the Steelers and how often they've allowed wide receivers to walk, right? Same difference, right? The Bears seem to generate linebackers and then just let them walk. Same difference. And so the main reason that I know things get weird is because if we envision for a moment that Carson Wentz gets cut, not unlikely, the Commanders' cap space jumps up to 45. They could afford to extend one of them, but could they afford to extend all of them in the future picture? I don't know about that. I really don't. Maybe they will. It's possible, but they've got a lot of guys that they've basically got to pay. And if they're all on the same position group, it's just generally not done. Let's be clear. We could come back in March and laugh because they totally paid him. That's very possible. But once you start to get to the point where an NFL GM actually has to put nuts to bolts on paying the whole defensive line $85 million into the future, I think they back off. That's just a guess. But I think they got to replace somebody. You're not replacing your edge 1, Chase Young. You're not replacing your edge 2, Montez Sweat. You're not replacing Jonathan Allen, who's a boss. So pays the arm man out. And Daron Payne, being 25, fits the Pace vision. Or not Pace, the Poles vision of grabbing somebody relatively young. That's just that's where my head's at, is that it's possible. But so let's see. Jacob, I like it. I agree. And so then let's see. Also, I'm taking a look at, oh man, that didn't work. That's Vikings recap later. So the Vikings, when you take a look at 2023, are not in a good spot either. So they've obviously got, let me see. Sheldon Richardson. Because I saw Tomlinson's name on this thing. Is he on IR? Did I pick 2023 already? Because I looked up before this, like PFF top free agents, and just to get a sense for who's out there, because these are just not the things that I'm focusing on with the baby in the house. Let's see here. Because I would have expected him. There he is, Dalvin Tomlinson. But so he's being paid $7.5 million. Like, he's another person. He's 28, so it's not like he'd be young, right? But the idea would be that he's not old, and he's a massive upgrade over where we go next year, right? And so within that, let's see. When you take a look at the Vikings cap picture for next year, if they for some reason said we can't hit free agency without keeping Dalvin Tomlinson, I guess in theory they could restructure some of the money. So let's just assume that that's what they do. They could restructure Kirk Cousins, for instance. I don't know what the deal structure looks like on like Danielle Hunter and some of these others. Let's see. There's nothing there. Is there anything in Eric Kendricks' deal? I guess, but this isn't generally. I don't know. I haven't gotten a sense for how Kwesi wants to do things. Especially since now that they just traded for what's the kid's name? Hawkinson. They're gonna want to extend him. But so, like, yeah, Min is getting old, J2K. This is kind of their moment. Like, Harrison Smith, in theory, you could restructure some of this. You could take some money out of that. Like, that's possible for sure. Weed Heat, that's hilarious. But so, within this, like, John may be. Like, I know I'm looking at this team, and I'm thinking that it's very possible. I won't go as far as to say definitely, but it feels pretty solid that these three options we're talking about, Dalvin, Hargrave, and Payne, could get to free agency. Could. This isn't talking about Bradley Chubb, right? We're talking about, like, let's see, they have big money in 24. Everybody's got big money in 24, like Turu. Like, most of that is because NFL contracts are not forward-thinking. So when you look at, let's go Colts 125, you go Washington 126, you go Eagles 48, which is rare. This is the weird number. You go, for reference, Bears salary cap calculator. As a reminder, for the home team here, the Bears have 125. They have 194. When we go into the future, if we cut Cody Whitehair, we're at 131. If we cut Justin Jones, please. Just kidding. Unless I'm not. You'll never know. We're at 136. And please, God, if we cut Al-Qadim Muhammad, we're at 140. And then at that point, like $140 million. You could pay a lot of people a lot of money and still have a lot of cap space at that stage. But so, let's see here. I mean, you could always cut Lucas Patrick. Just saying. But, like, all that to say within this, that, man, what's the itemized dead money? Really? $13 million? We're still paying Danny Trevathan next year? Are you kidding me? Ryan Pace, why did you do this to us? But, man, what a bummer on, like, Zachary Thomas costing dead money just because he got waived, I guess. How goofy. Yeah, Danny Trevathan is eating good, that's for sure. Hey, Caleb Johnson getting paid. Good for him. Let's see. They do have to spend 89%. Is there going to be enough free agents? Oh, I think they're going to be just fine, Eric, from that capacity. But so it's part of why we're talking about these, Eric. So normally, let's go PFF top 25 free agents. So for instance, Eric, like, just to use an example, normally you look at this and you're not staring at the top of the list. Why would you, right? Like, Normally, in a normal year, you're reading through this, you're maybe picking one, you're going, oh, neato, Mike McGlinchey. You know what I mean? And you're thinking, ooh, maybe we get him. Well, not when you're this. When you have $140 million in cap space, like, you really can read through the whole dadgum list and go, yeah, we'll just scoop him up, and we'll scoop him up, and we'll scoop. Let's see. I don't think Jesse Bates is gonna be a Bear, Turu. Like, as neato as Jesse Bates would be, like, why wouldn't you just keep Jackson? Like, could be just Jackson Homer, but I loved Eddie Jackson. I think Jesse Bates would cost a lot more, and I don't think Jesse Bates is quite as good as Eddie Jackson. I think Eddie changes this defense. He looks like a DPOY. And while he's getting older, certainly, I also think that if he makes a clean recovery from Lisfranc, that there's no reason not to. I understand, Turu, but while Bates is younger, you got to remember that it costs you $7.5 million to cut Eddie Jackson. Yes, you get 7 back, but that means that the 25, think about it this way. If you paid 22, right, for Bates, it would be 22 plus 7 is $29 million for his true cost in terms of getting rid of Eddie Jackson. But so, like, it's not a question of why Bates specifically. When I look at this, I think to myself, like, because while I agree with you, Haplo, the guys that I keep talking to say that it's a fully recoverable injury. Like, let's see. Yeah, I agree with you, Nomad, there. Like, within this, I can't help but think that as long as he's following the recovery timeline, somebody like, I mean, to use an example, this, let's see, like Elton Jenkins is probably going to cost you $22 million. Javon Hargrave could cost you, what do you guys think? Like $18 million, something like that? Let's pretend 22, just for the sake of. Okay, so now we're at 44, right? Then you go a little further down, because, oh yeah, overpays for sure. But like, then if you got Payne too, right, you'd be looking at, right, Skox? It really though, like with Payne, since he's 25, you're probably looking at a fairly expensive deal. Like he's probably going to get what, like Joe, because I actually couldn't tell you who the center is, like with that. But like, let's assume 24. Just for the sake of, right? At that point, we're looking at $140 million in cap space minus $68 million is $72 million? Seems wrong. It's not. You'd still have $72 million, which like, because I agree with you, Eric. It's not as if it's that complicated, right? And Cody, you're totally correct. Like, it's more to point out that even if you signed number 12 on this list, and also, let's see here. If you signed 12 and 5 and 4 for really high deals, the Bears still have more cap space than the Vikings, the Commanders, the Colts, the Eagles, by far. Like, I say this to point out the Bears are silly loaded. They are going to be throwing money around. And while I think Jamal Dean is awesome, I also think Jamal Dean, to use a great example, is a really good man corner. I think within this specific defense that Turu, because I think you were the one talking about it, that it's not that the corner doesn't matter. It's that there's a reason that Kindle Vildor looks okay in this defense. You need a good nickel. So they're looking for more out of Kyler Gordon, for sure. But if Brisker and Eddie are playing at the level that they were at, especially if Brisker gets any better and Eddie's fall off is relatively limited, like, I actually think, Haplo, it's a decent free agent class. I don't want to pretend it's super strong. I would prefer to avoid Mike McGlinchey, to use an example. I would prefer to avoid a lot of these linebackers. I think that you can get similar production from Bobby Okereke. If we need to sign Dalvin Tomlinson instead of somebody like that, that's fine too. Like, it's not as if I'm sitting here staring at all these players like, we need all of them. We need all of them, guys. It's more like, for me, I want to spend a lot of money in the trenches. Like, I want to see... So it's funny you say that, Ben. I think David Montgomery would get paid a lot less than Josh Jacobs. I think Josh Jacobs has too much name brand, personally. So I think you can re-sign Monty for $6 million a year, maybe $8 million. Like, I don't think Montgomery's going to want $12 million a year. He's not been good enough. Like, he's just not been good enough. He's not the best running back on his team. It's not hard to see. It's not hard to see. Like, when you Google... Ryan Poles can do this if Robert Schmitz can do this. When you Google Chicago Bears rushing stats, right? And you go to the Chicago Bears ESPN page and you go to rushing stats, Khalil Herbert is higher than David Montgomery despite a 40 carry difference. It's just not a hard argument. And because it's not a hard argument, I think that it's one that Poles can make. Like you're saying, Cody, what I am building up to is that I think there are a lot of Bears fans that have made this a straw man of Montgomery's going to get paid too much. I don't think Montgomery's going to get paid too much. He's not had a good year. Like, because Rudy, I'm not dunking on Montgomery. I love Montgomery as a pass catcher. There's a reason. Look at this. Who's the number 3 receiver on the team? Do you see this? Because I hadn't noticed this. It's Demo. That's not an accident. Like, in an offense generating 1,800 passing yards, David Montgomery is their second leading receiver. Not an accident. And so, because of this, I think you can sign David Montgomery for a very normal-looking deal. Like, I think Demo's not going to be that expensive. That's for the best. Like, I kind of want him back, but mostly if his price is right. But we'll get there. The point is, to me, is that if you can take a bunch of money and infuse it into the trenches, again, I'm not going to... Let's watch some tape so that we're not grasping at straws here. But there's a reason that I'm bringing up Hargrave. There's a reason that I'm bringing up... Let me see, is this too big? Yeah, it is. There's a reason I'm bringing up like Hargrave, Jenkins, Payne, Tomlinson. It's because if I'm going to pay money, I don't want to pay money for Saquon Barkley, right? If I'm going to pay money, I don't want to pay for somebody who misses a bunch of games in Jack Conklin. If I'm going to pay money, I don't want to pay money for a very, very, very old corner, good as he is. If I'm going to pay money, I would rather, hey, you mentioned Draymond Jones. We can watch him soon. But, like, I would rather look at Haplo, probably not 22 when you're talking about a 30-year-old. Like, especially if Hakeem Hicks, let me see, Hakeem Hicks contract. What if I told you that you could responsibly pay a similar, like, what if I told you Javon Hargrave might cost closer to Hicks's price of, like, what if he was 13, right? If a 30-year-old defensive tackle, or defensive end in this case, becomes like a $13 million a year player, then the juice might be worth the squeeze in that case. The 25-year-old defensive tackle is going to have some fat money involved. No doubt about that. But, like, that's Deron Payne, if that wasn't obvious. But the 30-year-old, I think you're right. I don't think that there's as much reason to stretch there. The question would be, let me see, how old is Elton Jenkins? That's a good one. Let's see. He's 26. So Jenkins and Payne would probably cost quite a bit. Then if theoretically you signed Hargrave, he'd probably be not quite as much. So you're right about that. That's a good point. Because handing out $22 million in that case was 100% me just mostly trying to prove the point that the Bears are hilariously wealthy in this moment. Another question mark would be Marcus Davenport. I brought him up for a reason. Turu, good question. Let's go for it. So let's see. Green Bay Packers salary cap calculator. So the big question becomes, what happens with Rodgers, right? And that's the other issue. So, Turu, let's see. You mentioned no shot that the Packers let him walk. Well, let's take a look at this, right? When we take a look at, let's see, free agent. Pithing through. Because where's Jenkins right here? He's not on the roster at that point. I guess he's a free agent at this stage. They are cash strapped. Like, cash strapped. And Spectre, I agree. So that's the problem, right? There are a lot of people that bring up, specifically Spectre, like Poles would never bring on an older player. He wasn't going to bring on an older player last year. That's because the Bears were rebuilding. What would be the point of bringing on a 30-year-old if you weren't going to compete or didn't know you were going to compete in 2023? Well, you got to remember that the Bears situation is specifically going to, I think, change quite a bit. Like, not only, Spectre, are they going to be spending a lot, but, like, going back to the Bears' specific, let's see, do I still have this pulled up? Thank goodness. Like, Justin Fields is going to be in his third year of 5. So I guess that should be more of a slash, huh? Like, and technically you could say 3 of 4 in cheap years, right? So if there was a moment to get a 30-year-old defensive end, this is it. And then you play out his 30-year-old and his 31-year-old season, and you let him go. Like, because I agree, Joe, but you got to remember that the Bears are obligated to spend up to 89%-ish, right? And so within that, like, no kidding, Ben, that would be huge. So it's not as if I'm trying to say that I'm actually not trying to make the argument for Hargrave specifically. It probably sounds like it. I'm more trying to make the point that if the Bears wanted to dive into trying to instant compete, which is very possible, whether that's them competing for a wild card spot, competing for a let's see what happens spot, or outright attempting to win a Super Bowl, this is the year to spend for that extra free agent. The problem is that at the current moment, the free agent pool is just not littered with wide receivers, unless you're counting Jacoby Myers, which I'm not really, because it's not that I think Jacoby's replaceable. It's not that simple. It's that I think Justin Fields and a slot receiver aren't going to mesh outrageously well. Because, Joe, I agree with you, but I think money talks. Now, granted, there's a decent chance that the Bears may have already offered more to some guys. How do we know Marquez Valdez-Scantling didn't get a sweet offer from the Bears and just decide to go play in Kansas City? Like, I get it. You know what I mean? I also can't help but think that when we talk about, say, Elton Jenkins, for instance, that it would be pretty funny to see Jenkins next to Jenkins, if only because talking about the right side of the offensive line would just be goofy. And so within that, like, let me see what's going on. Yeah, I think that there's going to be a lot of opportunity here, and it won't shock me at all. Like, I completely understand the reticence. It's not as if history has been littered with free agent spenders becoming winners. That's not what I'm going for here. It's more that I think I think they need to spend smart, right? The way that you lose in this setting is you go out there and you sign Jordan Poyer and Patrick Peterson, just to pick on some unfortunate guys, and Jack Conklin, who's hurt all the time, right? And Marcus Davenport. and then everybody ends up hurt, your key players underperform, and you're stuck. I think that at the very least, if you spend at important positions like defensive tackle, right now, buying just about anybody makes them an automatic upgrade over what the Bears have, and let alone if things really gel, like if they come together, your defensive line goes from the worst in the NFL to a top 10 defensive line, especially if Will Anderson is like the straw that stirs the drink, so to speak. And then you've got Deron Payne next to Hargrave playing with Will Anderson, and that, add anybody. Like, add anybody at that second defensive end. Whew, sweet. And I agree with you, Joe. Like, as soon as you get a pass rush that's worth a darn, like, suddenly I think Kyler Gordon gets a lot better. Suddenly I think Jaquan Brisker, who's already starting to find it, really finds it. Like, I can't help thinking that when you look at this Bears team, investing money in that offensive line, in that defensive line, goes a lot further than getting a corner. That's Turu. It's not that I'm trying to go at what I know you were mentioning earlier, because it's not like I'm trying to specifically hate on Jamal Dean. It's more to say that I think you've got to bring stuff up, because Hester Bear talks about how free agency is typically good for incremental improvements. The nice thing is that, in my opinion, Hester Bear, the Bears have some really nice opportunity to add. Let's say they're going to go from D- defensive lineman to B level defensive lineman, not B plus, not B minus, definitely not A plus, right? They're going to go from D to B, and the gap between the production that they're going to get from that like those differences, I think is massive. And especially in a world where the draft just falls their way and they land Will Anderson, let's say. They land Tyree Wilson. They land an edge rusher that they really like, and that edge rusher really performs, right? Suddenly, you have an A plus to A, like you have an A plus / A end. You've got a B plus defensive lineman in Deron Payne that gets paid like he's an A plus, but you just live with it, right? You have a B level defensive line or 3-tech next to him, potentially in Hargrave, and then you've got, I don't know who you'd have on the edge, but that defensive line is already miles above playing Justin Jones as your best defensive lineman, and I think we can all agree with that. So let's see. It really seems like I agree, Joe, that like you can't have first or second round linemen that bust out. I think you got to spend some money. I'm not sure where it would go, because while I do agree with you that money should be spent there, I also think there's a reason that in lists like this, written by smart people, like this one's curated specifically by Brad Spielberger, just to use a stupid example, I think that finding the guard of your choice is going to be basically that I just don't think Brian Allen is going to be on this list. And I don't know if Brian Allen's the kind of guy you need to be throwing tons of money at, right? And so it becomes weird where it's like, if we're going to talk about what the plan is as far as center goes, I'll need to do some more research. Like, because I agree with you, Weedy. It's by no means that I'm like ignoring center. It's more that you're going to pay for your tackle, and then you're going to pay medium money for your center. Like, I agree with what Eric said earlier, that they're not going to hand out that many multi-year deals, even if the multi-year deals that they're going to hand out are going to be pretty expensive. Won't surprise me, for instance, if, just to use an example, let's say that the Chicago Bears absolutely nailed it, right? That because of this year, as bad as it was for Darnell Mooney, they're going to get a base salary of, ride with me, 16. This would be a pretty generous deal, okay? 19. Let's see. 2023 just sits on what it is. And then they end up with non-prorated bonuses of, how about, let me see. Case, I hear you. The problem is, I think the league would. The Price for receivers has gone up. Poker's expensive now. Let's see. Now I got to tone this down because I liked where the cap numbers were at. So let's see. That would be closer to 11. This would be 16. That would be 12. This would be 14. Transact. So if theoretically you did this, I guess I just did that as a 2023 extension, didn't I? I'm a dumbus. But either way, like, it's all to say that right now, Case, I mean, you got to remember that Darnell Mooney is a guy who caught 1,000 yards in his second year, and he was well on his way to catching 1,000 yards this year. Like, I agree with you. The problem is that when Christian Kirk goes out there and gets $18 million a year, Darnell Mooney's at least getting the Christian Kirk deal. At least. Like, ankle injury and all. And so I agree with, I can't emphasize enough, I agree with you. That's just the price of receiver poker at the moment. And I don't want them to hand Chase Claypool $20 million a year yet. So we'll just have to hold our breath there. Another X factor is going to be Alex Leatherwood, but we do have a little bit more tape that I want to walk through. Like, Leatherwood is his own study case that I want to dig into. I haven't watched it yet. Like, I need to. I'll tell you openly when I've not watched a player. I really want to be good about that. And so within that, let's see, Demo. So he was on pace for 700 within a passing offense that if you scaled it up, it's a 1,000-yard season. Like, yeah, true. Leatherwood is crazy young. His former first-round pick. I understand that means very little because, gosh, where is he on here? Let's see. Good old N'Keal Harry is also a former first-round pick. So I get it. But, yeah, Jalen Johnson is super young. Kyler Gordon, let's see. So we're talking about, to be clear, when you say he's 24, he's 24 next year, right? So let's see. Leatherwood becomes an interesting one because if, for instance, they like Leatherwood at left guard or something like that, that means that theoretically you could have a line of, let me see, Jones, Leatherwood, question mark, Jenkins, and Jenkins, for instance. And so then you'd have a new starter right here, you'd have a new starter right here, and you'd have a new starter right here, and you'd still accomplish the at least 3 new starters piece. Now, that's a matter of if Leatherwood can show up to play, right? But we'll see. Like, why not? Right? But so, Weedy, it's not that hard, and I don't know where the center is. That's the main thing I'm coming from. But so, let's take a look at some of this tape because I want to. Let's go with Mindy. Let's see Hargrave. Let's see. I want to know what number he is. Looking for number 97. Haplo, I don't actually know. Looks like 97's right there. So he's playing more of an end position, which I think is interesting because that applies a little bit better to 3 tech than it does a lot of the other positions we'd be looking at. Oh, yeah, John. I know one player that keeps getting mentioned is John Michael Schmitz, but he's really old. Like, he's 24 years old, which sounds awful. It's not me trying to dunk on anybody's age. It's more like you walk right back down the Valus thing. And as I understand it, he was a bit of an underperformer before this. So he becomes a name that I think a lot of people are excited about because, oh, he's a center. But I don't think it's the next Creed Humphrey from what I have heard. But that's just people smarter than me that have said, I can't imagine spending like this on John Michael Schmitz. And so it would be hilarious to draft a guy with my last name, but I definitely wouldn't expect it. J2K, it would be fun to draft a center. I also wouldn't be surprised if the Bears take a receiver unless they trade down, like in the second round. a second-round receiver makes a lot of sense to me. Which one? We'll have to get there. But there's a lot of talent in there. A lot. And if we learned anything from this last draft, it's that you can't just sit around and wait on receiver. Rashee Rice, remind me where he plays. John, that's not too surprising. Well, not that it's not too surprising, but that works. Is Rashee Rice the receiver? Forgive me. Let's see. So, Joe, I don't know. Like, you mentioned, should they trot some of these guys out like Dieter Esiason? My main thing that I look at is if they're not playing, there is likely a reason why. Now, what's the reason? Good question. Maybe Sam Mustipher has dirty pictures of all the coaches. Not impossible, given how he somehow keeps working back into the lineup. But if Dieter Isolin has now been passed over by two separate regimes, either they're both stupid or Isolin's not that dude. And it's okay if he's not that dude. He's not obligated to be, right? And so that's the question, right? Rashee Rice is somebody I'll definitely need to look at. Like, Preston, I can tell you with an open mind that I don't know yet. Like, I haven't even actually done a study on Jordan Addison yet. Mostly I looked at the defenders at the top of the draft. But is Rice somebody we're thinking would be available in the second round? Because that makes more sense to me. He especially would have been a probable target. Not him specifically, but he sounds like the kind of guy that would have been a probable target had the Bears kept their second round pick that they used for Chase Claypool, but they did not. So I wonder if he would make it to the Ravens' roughly 50th pick. But he sounds to me like he would have been a high second rounder. Is Deesh on the practice squad renewable? Must be, Derek. Man. The Eagles have a strong rotation. Damo, speaking of if he runs a 4-3, if Quentin Johnston runs a 4-3, I don't know when he's going to go, but he's going to go. Like, he's going to go high. It's not Johnston specifically. It's that Johnston is a playmaker with the frame of Drake London. And Drake London was the first receiver off the board, and it wasn't an accident. So, if I sound like I'm thumping, it's because there are a lot of these players. Garrett Wilson's awesome. Garrett Wilson plays Z. I think Garrett Wilson might be a better player than Drake London. Drake London is a rarer player than Garrett Wilson. And that's the rub, isn't it? It's that rarity gets you played. So one thing I'm looking at with Hargrave here, let's use this as an example, right? Hargrave's lined up out here. I'm wondering, so first of all, this would make a lot of sense because this is, let me see, like 1, 2. Is this technically 3 tech? Or is this 4? I always get a little mixed up on these, if I can be honest with you. Because like that's 0, that's 1, I think that's 2. This would be 3, which, I mean, maybe it's like 4i. But either way, it's close-ish to 3 tech. So part of me wonders whether they would look at this draft and think to themselves, okay, like maybe this guy could be our stand-in 3 tech. But that's just a matter of whether they want to keep Justin Jones as the dude or whether they want to spend a little bit more money. Though it's not as if I'm sitting here watching Javon Hargrave and feeling like he's exploding, especially when he's on the outside of the formation like this. Like, that's solid. It's nothing spectacular, but it's not getting owned by an offensive lineman. Role gets weird here, especially since we're not scouting college anymore. When you're watching college film, you're expecting a guy to just dominate. Ooh, no, that's a good rep. Because the main thing I'm looking for is, does he get moved? Not really. Like, here against the tackle, 79. Does he get moved? Not really. He establishes inside. He switches over to outside. So he's got control of this relationship, and he forces the running back, as well as his other teammates, back into the inside without getting moved in a major way. As a defensive lineman, just looking for what the Bears need, they need more of that, whatever way they can slice it. I also would wonder whether they might look at Hargrave here as a potential defensive end. Like, Nikhil, that's true, 100%. Like, it's not to give him too much. It's not to take away too much, one way or another. It's really just watching him. But it'd be awfully nice, Ben. Is Raymond really starting on the Colts? Good for him. Yeah, exactly, J2K. It's the whole prototype frame meets good production. It's attractive to any drafter because how do you avoid it? And so, man, I can't stop thinking about Will Anderson. It's like I got addicted to meth, and his name is Will Anderson. The amphetamine is sweet hand technique pass rushes. Be sweet to see in a Bears uniform, and it would be fitting. Oh yeah, Haplo. I don't mean to take. I hope that didn't sound like I'm taking anything away from London. It's more to say that when I look at Garrett Wilson, I see a player who's wildly technical, like extremely, extremely good at what he does. Extremely good at what he does. And he's playing he's playing out of his frame is the way that I would put it, because he's not as big as he plays, so to speak. But then I look at London, and London looks incredible. Like, just big, huge. Let's see. Yeah, the Jets could have had Justin Fields, like, throwing there. You could see some pass rush moves, certainly. But it's not like I'm looking at Hargrave, at least in this game right here, thinking, wow, this guy's just lighting it up. And for the sake of time, we'll move on and we'll come back. Maybe I'll find some more. I'll keep watching tape. But I probably won't do it tonight. Just because somebody said 12:35 end time. I thought that made a lot of sense. So, for the sake of, we'll keep going. Because now I want to see Daron Payne, and then I want to watch a little bit of Dalvin Tomlinson after that. Yeah, it's past 12. It sneaks up on you, Turu. These streams end up being really vibey from what I've heard from everybody, and I liked the word because it describes well how I feel like it feels to suddenly look up and be like, oh my gosh, it is really late all of a sudden, huh? Let's see here. And I'm pretty sure I downloaded it. Two, 11:27. There it is. Bada boom. Gotta love a good glitch spot. Yeah, Theme Torturous, never do. Or like always do. Let's see. What did I think about Mike White? He impressed me last year, got surprised. Some of the throws that he made, even against our crap D, were nuts in terms of threading the needle. I have never hated Mike White. Now, I'm also, Haplo, really forgiving to quarterbacks. Like, at least I try to be, right? Like, just listen to the way that you've heard me for years glow about Aaron Rodgers, right? I thought Jordan Love looked pretty good the other night. Now, granted, does that write his whole story? No. Is he, if Love plays against the Bears, will he look good? Yeah. Will that mean that he's going to look good forever? It's the Bears D. Like, let's calm down. The problem is that I think, okay, Haplo, I think a lot of those throws were sweet. I'm curious to see what happens when Mike White faces a defense that's going to pressure him. because if there's one thing that the defense didn't do, it's make him uncomfortable. So within that, we saw that from a clean pocket, he can be a dude. Like, he looks to me, just to use an example, like he looks to me like he could be a Jimmy Garoppolo type. That's a huge compliment. Like, if he can go out there, play on time, run the daggum offense, and distribute the ball where it's supposed to go when the offensive line keeps him upright, you could probably win a lot of games, right? Like, none of the stupid stuff that may come with Zach Wilson. Just go out there, get as many points as the offense, or get as many points as the offense is going to get you, and then let the defense win the game from there. I could see it, but I'm not going to see it from the Bears defense because, like everybody keeps talking about in the chat right here, like, I can't help thinking that Mike White's test isn't going to come from the Bears at this point. Let's see. Let's see his drafts. Renewable, I'm optimistic about our future too at this point. I think so. Like, I think it's really exciting to see what's going on. I think this season is perfect to turn things around. But so let's keep watching, because this, if he shakes free, to me makes a ton of sense. Let me make sure I know his number. Yeah, he's 94, which is what I thought, because he looks huge, right? Okay, hang on. Is he 94 or 95? I'm gonna go with 94. But let me look up a roster, just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, 94. I don't know why one of those pictures is in 95. That really confused me. But so let's see. Hester Bear, I think that's interesting. I think it gets extra weird when you take a look at I think the backup quarterback thing absolutely happens. With Mike White's case, he's had a couple games where people know what he is, but certainly the Bears defense was not going to be the one to plan for him, especially once Eddie Jackson went down. Like, I think the Bears were in a hole and a half with Eddie Jackson going down, and that they'll stay there. I mean, especially since they're going to play the Bills, the Eagles, the Packers, but we always get the worst that the Packers have to offer. Like, if the Packers have one more good game in them, it's in Soldier Field, which sucks. And I can't wait until that's not the case. But at the moment, it certainly is. Yeah, Payne's a big dude. Now that snap's especially weird because it looks like a screen, but it kind of looks like they were trying to simulate a run. Let's see. Demo mentions he played against the team. Yeah, exactly, Demo. Was this a run play? Obviously, Atlanta is not amazing. Oh, that's nice. So, read option or not, right? What I like seeing from 94 here, just as a starter, or like for starters, is simple plays like establish your hands, anchor your feet, control a rushing lane. And sure, Mariota pulls it. But that doesn't mean that these these offensive linemen aren't trying. That's a win for 94 there. The Bears could really use some help in the run game too. So a nose like Payne looks like would, I think, be really, really big. And Censored, I saw the same. I'm curious if we'll get good Rodgers, but I guess I don't know what the other option is. Like, here I am sitting here talking about Will Anderson. It doesn't make any sense to talk about Will Anderson and simultaneously talk out the other side of my mouth about potentially Rodgers playing poorly and the Bears pulling out a win. It'd be hilarious, but we would immediately drop to like 8th in the draft, which is not the worst thing in the world. It's not like you can't succeed down at 8th in the draft. It's not like it's impossible, right? It's more that you're you're definitely not getting a huge trade down if that's what happens. Ben, I'm ready for more than one. Like, Watson in particular seems like exactly the kind of person who will do plenty, like, to the Bears. He's so good. I mean, he's a player that I know I was high on during the draft cycle, and it's not about horn tooting. It's about, like, the drops were always something that I thought got way too much play on Twitter, because drops are something that a player can fix, and goodness gracious, Christian Watson right now does not look like a player that I think Bears fans are excited the Packers drafted. I'm not, at the very least. It's always so funny looking at the difference between watching college film, where even the guys that are just all right look absolutely dominant, and then you go to the NFL, and it's like, okay, a lot of these plays are stalemates. Honestly, censored. That's just not even out of the question. Hester, I'm sure hoping not. I'm worried that they put Fields back in and Fields hangs 40 on somebody. Worried in a, that would be quotation marks, because if Fields did do that, it would be badass. Like, there's not a lot of ways that I would get uh there's not a lot of ways that I would get really legitimately upset with Fields going crazy. Because admittedly, as much as it would stink for draft position, sure, it's also worth remembering that there's a good chance that a 5-12 Bears team is legitimately more attractive to free agents than a 3-14 Bears team, especially if they finish the season off of, I don't know, like 2 wins or something like that, where Justin Fields goes bananas. But at the same time, if you're telling me even the Vikings B team, for crying out loud, if you're telling me the Vikings B team can't score on this defense, I would be stunned. Like, this defense is rough, real bad. And so when I think like the week 17 Lions, they can score. They can score on this. Like, especially with Eddie Jackson not in the roster, or like not in the lineup anymore, and with Kyler Gordon potentially out for some time, and with Jaquan Brisker, like, who knows? I mean, it gets weird because so many defensive starters aren't healthy that you're starting to take a defense that was already bad, and now you're icing that defense's B team. It gets rough. Yeah, this is a nice rep too. Look at that. Oh, yes. True double team. Literally, the guy's feet don't move. Plant. Push. Stays anchored. Moves forward, for crying out loud. That's how you keep 59 clean. Like, this looks like 63 is supposed to go from here to here. But 59 gets through to go make the play because the lineman can't get off Payne. Nice. 94 is Deron Payne, censored. Good question. So we're looking at free agents. Like, we're trying to think of who's going to play where. And he'd be more the nose. Like, to be clear, in the Indianapolis in the Indianapolis thing, gosh, what would you call it? Like, in the Indianapolis comparison, Payne is the Grover Stewart, right? Payne is the nose tackle that offers a little bit more than you'd expect from your nose. It'd still leave you looking for a 3-tech, but even stuff like, it's not like that's some crazy pass rush rep, but he's got like 17 pressures this year. That's really pretty good for a nose, that's really pretty good. So maybe he filled it out, or like maybe he filled out his game, so to speak. Payne's got this series off. I mean, sure, censored, but that's like the Lions saying, quarterback's really a need of ours. Like, you're totally right. It's just finding a 3-tech or an edge is really hard. What makes you say so? John, that's really interesting. I'm trying to think about it and like get a picture for it, because I can't help thinking that at the NFL level, I think true doubles will still bully Carter to some degree, because I don't know if he has quite that kind of size. But I don't know. It's the NFL. You can't expect to win all your reps. Like, it looks as if Payne here gets sealed. Let's see what happens. Yeah, they just get him. You're not going to win them all. As much as it would be neat, a true doubles could get you eventually. Vlad, I expect 3. But part of that is because, yeah, Caleb Williams is unreal. Absolutely unreal. Like, honestly, I would be really curious, Vlad, like, just while you're here, I want to know what the 49ers are going to do with Lance. Like, especially, I mean, for crying out loud, God forbid, what happens if the 49ers go to another bowl? Like, I mean, at what point is Jimmy just the guy? Because he has to be. Like, I don't know why it would. I don't know. I don't know. That has to be one of the most confusing scenarios that I've seen. And I mean, you're exactly right, Nomad. Like, you gotta, honestly, I don't know. I'm not normally a pick trade for player guy, right? But I will tell you, if the Bears traded down, okay, envision a scenario. Here's the Bears defensive line. Do we have all us crazies in here? Deron Payne stays, okay? The Bears trade down. They end up with, let's say, the number 2 pick in the draft, okay? And so then they trade down to 8 with Carolina. Care offers 8, 44, F1, and let's say 105. And this isn't about being perfect. This is about being close enough. F1 is future, Eric. So going down from 2 nets you all of this, right? When you go down from all of this, 8 becomes Tyree Wilson, who you don't have to love. This is a thought experiment, okay? So you lose out on Anderson. You add somebody like Tyree Wilson. You take 105, you send it to Indy for DeForest Buckner. And then I don't know what you do here. But I have this vision in my head. Maybe you don't even send 105. Maybe you send like 78 or whatever the Bears are going to be. Like, I guess that'd be closer to 68, wouldn't it? Which would be quite a high pick for Buckner. Quite a high pick. Quite a high pick. But it has me wondering. Like, I don't know what their price would be for Buckner. I'm just theory crafting for fun and trying to basically line the players up and say, is it worth it? Like, that's what I'm doing here, right? So if theoretically you got a bunch, like the whole core would be, if you got a haul in a trade down from 2, you still got a good edge rusher, a Miles Murphy, a Tyree Wilson. And then you flipped part of that trade down for DeForest Buckner. Maybe you get a 3rd round pick, like within that. And Indy gives it to you, which would take them needing to admit that they're in a rebuild, which they may not do. But you could end up with a pretty nasty defensive line. You'd need to figure out this spot. I don't know where edge 2 comes from, because it could be Travis Gibson, it could be Al-Qadim Muhammad, dadgummit, but I don't know where that one comes from. That's a mystery that I don't have solved. But certainly I'm intrigued thinking about it. Let's see. Exactly renewable. Like, wanting to play. Marvin Harrison Jr. would be sweet, Preston. Would be awesome. And I want to spend on these lines so that we can build that foundation. Build that house's foundation. Start building up on top of it afterwards. Ooh. WWE Slam. Oh, yeah, Payne can play. It's a fake rep, right? Because obviously the quarterback pulls the ball. But look at Payne control this guy. 63. Shoots that hand into him. Establishes. Works back to the running back. Like, man. Vlad, Rule's got an aura about him. It didn't work in the NFL. But, like, I don't know. The fact that Rule stepped into that Baylor situation, I'm a Baylor Bear. Like, I say this with love. But the fact that Rule stepped into that Baylor situation and somehow made it successful was stunning. So, if he can fix Nebraska, like, Nebraska's crazier because Nebraska's just been mired in disappointment. But he has an aura about him. And I think that's just super interesting. Man, look at this. Handles the cut block, accelerates, hits. Look, guys, based on the tape we're watching, is Daron Payne the kind of player that you're like, sexy player? It depends on what you're looking for. But he looks like a very, very good defensive lineman. He's 25. Like, in theory, his best years are in front of him. This could be an awfully good pickup. Yeah, Rich, right? Like, oh, you definitely do, J2. Like, you're not getting through this without a 3-tech, and you need an answer there. But certainly Daron Payne seems like somebody that you could just chuck the bag at and at him, and immediately your defensive line gets quite a bit better. Quite a bit better. I'm also going to be really curious to see what the Bears do with the rest of their picks, right? Like, we keep talking about the first rounder. What about the others? Like, I know we've kind of loosely mentioned round 2 wide receiver or something like that, but even that, what about the third? Like, what do they do with the rest? Do any of the young offensive linemen come along? Where does Leatherwood slot in? Like, I don't know. And you're exactly right, Weedy. Like, I think it's going to be so interesting to see, because if this defense gets generally better, then I think the team suddenly jumps up quite a bit in terms of just wins, right? Let's see. DE, 3-tech, wide receiver, center. I agree. I think, man, it would be fun to see Anderson. Be really fun. I don't know if that's realistic. We'll have to see. It honestly depends on if they get the number 2 pick in the draft. Like, if they get the number 2 pick in the draft, they are sitting super pretty. If they don't get the number 2 pick, they end up with the number 3 pick. They're still sitting quite pretty. If they're in the top 10 and not either number 2 or number 3, it's less pretty. I mean, like, I don't mean to be a capital N nerd, but my thought is that a Will Anderson can do a lot more for your franchise immediately than a Tyree Wilson. And if not, the number 2 pick, like being as high as it is and what you could get to trade back just a few spots does more for the Bears. Like, it is a major value add, in my opinion, to lose these next 5 games. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen. Man, that is a sweet catch by Drake London. Look at this. He's a really tall guy. Drake London impressed me in our quick little film study. That is a really nice little catch. And that is a terrible throw, John. I agree with you. DT makes cover 2 work for sure, Weedy. Like, you need a beefed up 3T. And it's not that the Bears wouldn't. It's more that, man, oh man, oh gosh, I just don't think they could go wrong. Like, the other thing worth remembering in this is that the Bears are going to be the ones who sit in an interview room and talk to these guys. So they'll talk to Will Anderson. They'll talk to Jalen Carter. They'll get a sense for who they are. If they don't like Jalen Carter, like, being really simply, right? Then they're, let's see, WG, D-line in general makes this D work. What is WG? No, Hester Bear, I completely agree. If it sounds like I'm pro defense, it's not because I'm a navy and orange defense loving person. As much as I think defense is great, I much prefer offense. Justin Fields has just taken a really bad offense. Oh, got you, Weedy Gons. Got you. I hear you, censored. Now I get it. Hester Bears. But back to what I was saying. The big thing with the Bears right now is that it is harder. Okay, so let me show you. It might be easier to see, right? When we look through this list of free agents, like, let me count the ways, right? How many offensive players are there that aren't quarterback on this 22 list? Defense, offense, so 1. Defense, Jacoby Myers, 2. McGlinchey, 3. Brown, 4. Defense. Running back. Defense. Tackle. Defense. Tight end. Defense. Does this... Am I making the point? Like, it's not that it's that simple. It's more to say that right now the league is in a place where if you don't draft your offensive players, you don't get your offensive players. You need to draft a Jordan Addison or you won't get one. You need to, maybe you can trade for him, but then you're going to have to pay high premium to get him. If you don't draft your, like, tackle, you don't, well, I guess you do get one because you could just chuck a bunch of money at Elton Jenkins and understand that he may not be an all-pro, and if he is, sweet, right? But that you're not building your offensive line quite that way. But so because of this, like Hester Bear, I am of the opinion that it is better to make the offense, or it is easier to make the offense better because we know how bad they are at some of their positions. It will be hard to make the offense great, mostly because of where they'll be in the draft. It will not be that hard to make the defense very, very good. And then in theory, you could be sitting on a team that is a very, very good defense and a very good offense because your quarterback is just electricity bottled up. Now, we'll see if it works out that way, right? But that's at least the vision that I keep coming up with, is that when you look at these free agents, most of them are defense. Now, That doesn't mean so. John, glad you asked. Not to get too tangential. You mentioned if Pollard hits free agent, do I sign Monty or Pollard? I think of what's the word? I think of Herbert as a better version of Pollard. So I actually think Pollard would be redundant. I think that Montgomery, the more I watch him, if they don't think of him as a feature back, if you think of him as a third down back, I think Montgomery and Herbert blend really well together. You just have to use them. You can't use them out of order like the Bears have been doing. If you use them as Montgomery's our RB1, Herbert's our change of pace back, I don't think it works. If you use it as Herbert is our first and second down back and like Montgomery is our third down back and you mix it up therein, I think you really got something. I think you could do some sweet stuff with 21 personnel in the run game. I think like Monty running out to block for Herbert and stuff like that could be really special. I think triple option with Monty, or like for instance, you could do pull, or like you could offer the ball to Montgomery, pull it out, and option it to Herbert, for crying out loud. Like Montgomery is, it's not that I'm tied to Montgomery. It's that Pollard in particular is exploding right now. And that sounds like paying a lot of money, as does Josh Jacobs. And so I don't really want to, what's the word? I don't really want to pay a lot of money for a running back. But I'm comfortable paying $7 million for somebody who's incredibly well liked in the locker room. It just depends. But all that to say, Bear, that if the Bears had 3 first-round picks, I'd be suggesting that we take a receiver with the second one of them. But edge and defensive tackle. Edge, defensive tackle. Hard to find. Like, hard to get them. What, or at the very least, not defensive tackle specifically, but 3T. Like, your edge and your 3-tech. Very hard to find. Outside of the high point of the draft. And in theory, if you drafted Will Anderson, if you drafted Tyree Carter, if you drafted another edge rusher, you would not have to do without that guy for another 10 years. I mean, I know that gets abused a lot. So let's just say 5. Let's say 4. Let's say 5. 5 is better. So once you get that, that means you can go 2 more years and then draft your other one. So then you got 2. So then you're in the like the Allen Sweat situation or the Chase Young Sweat situation. But I mean, look at how much damage San Fran can do because they have a Nick Bosa, just one of them. Look at how much the Chargers are a weird example, but Nick Bosa being on there is like, or Nick Bosa being the edge rusher that he is massive. Now, granted, they have Khalil Mack on the other side. Like, honestly, censored, I think it wouldn't be shocking if Anderson goes to the Texans. He's outrageously good, but we'll just have to see. Like, for the draft, what do I think about OT versus wide receiver? I think it is easier to pay for linemen, personally. I think it is harder to pay for a receiver. Like, if I got to 7, I would take Quentin Johnston if he was there. And if not, I really would think about Addison. Not because I hate Skoronski. It's not because I hate Skoronski. It's because, like you're saying, I think it is harder. I'm one of these doodles that believes that you are trying to build an OL waterline, right? You need your OT, you need your OG, you need your OC, you need your OG, and your OT to all hold up a certain waterline, right? This thing doesn't work when your OC is down here and the dam breaks because the water dips, right? Offensive line is a function of your worst player, in my opinion. And so, while I agree with you, John, I would tell you with a straight face, I want an elite all of them. If I got to choose, I want an elite all of them. But the money doesn't work that way. It's harder to do that. And so, unless you're going to take the Eagles route and slowly but surely build a badass offensive line over time, which I'm down for, by the way. It just takes time. It takes time and effort, right? I think the easier, shorter path is to nail a receiver pick. But for every Jamar Chase, there is a Jalen Reagor. For every, for every Justin Jefferson, there is a Laquan Treadwell. You know, like it's just hard finding a wide receiver. Kevin White is a great example. Haplo. Amari Cooper went the pick before him. Heartbreaker. And so it's not that I think Skoronski is a bad player. It's that I think if you land, so currently OT, LG, OC, RG, RT. To use an example at this, we don't know where some of these guys are. Let's say that we think Tevin Jenkins is up here because we just love him. You know? Where really is Braxton Jones? Like, where will he be? How much better is he going to get? Is Jatiri Carter going to step in at LG? Like, is Alex Leatherwood going to step in at LG? Yeah, I agree. Right now, I think their center is real bad. But it's also worth mentioning that, censored, like you're saying, tackles, it gets weird when they run so much pin and pull censored, because I agree with you. But at the same time, you do need those tackles on your pass sets to be able to hold their weight. Right now, they haven't. Sorry, Braxton. Like, this is, I'd put him like right here. OT. Like, not this far down. Haplo, I thought Whitehair's been okay, but given how much money he's making, he's certainly been he's not been great. That's for sure. He's been incredibly hit and miss. And when he's been a problem, he's been a huge problem. But so when you look at this line, if you theoretically added Skoronski, just to use an example, right? Let's say you added Jenkins, who I think moves up to like RT. Not all the way up, but better, right? If you drafted Skoronski, not only do you lose whatever value Braxton Jones was giving you, but now OT, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, right? He jumps up to here, Skoronski. Well, still who's the left guard? Still who's the center? Hopefully you have answers. If you draft Addison, to use an example, or you draft Quentin Johnston, suddenly you really, 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 really love having 11 over here. Well, let's protect. Somebody give me a number for Johnston. What's his number now? Let's see. 1. Well, that's not going to work. So somebody give me a decent number. Thank you, John. So let's say for a moment that you're going to pages I on. Kind of liked it. Yeah, this will do. So you have 11 in the slot. You have 10 on the outside. And then over here, you're sitting on 8 based on what John's talking about. And that's with your offensive line. So that's OT, OG, OC, RG, RT, bubble. This is horrible. And 24. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, and we get a nice little nub with 85. Yay. That's pretty sweet. Like, honestly, that's a pretty solid offense. I mean, if you're talking about FA, if you're talking about Leatherwood or FA, and you're talking about FA, and this is a first-round wide receiver, like, it's not the grandest offense in the NFL because you've got some offenses that have just massively overinvested, like gluttons, and beautiful gluttons. We love these offenses, right? But I can't help but think that when you load in this offense, it would be super sweet. And exactly like you're talking about, J2K, when I look at this, I can't help but think that Jenkins is a match made in football free agent heaven for the Chicago Bears, if only because the best part about Elton Jenkins is that Jenkins has played. Is there a way to? This won't work. It shouldn't work. But let's see. Look at this. This is kind of what I'm going for. Elton Jenkins has played left tackle, right tackle, left guard. And I don't know if he's played right guard. But he's very positionally versatile. And so because he's very positionally versatile, that means that, to J2K's point, you could sign Elton Jenkins, and then Elton Jenkins could get moved to a different spot on the line because a tackle falls to you that you really like, or something like that. Like, you don't have to specifically commit to one bit, so to speak. And I'm really curious to see what happens there. What are you two doing? Crazy cats. But so, I don't know what that's going to be. But, well, you don't need Elton Jenkins at RG, because if you're talking about moving Tevin Jenkins off of RG, I think you're crazy. Jenkins has been too good at right guard. Do not get so excited about Tevin Jenkins at right guard that we do the Kyle Long thing and we move Tevin Jenkins to right tackle again. We don't need to. Like, we're good. Let the kid dominate. Like, breathe in, breathe out, and enjoy watching 76 because it's fun. Let's take a look here at one more player. Like, we're good. Breathe in, breathe out. Let him keep winning. But I think it's this one. I think it is censored. Like, that's part of where Jenkins could be the answer. He may not be. But let's see. Is he 94 in a Vikings uniform? Yeah, he is. Okay. Dalvin Tomlinson is another player I wanted to take a look at. But who's to say? The Bears need a 3-tech, and I know I'm looking at it. Just kind of looking for one. Honestly, censored, it makes you wonder whether Jenkins would come in and play left guard. Like, which is maybe what you've implied. But it certainly makes a different visual on Braxton Jones if they're trying to play inside out. And then it's like, okay, you have your rookie occupying a lesser important spot in terms of just how you do this. Oh. Man, the ending to this game was just wild. Wouldn't surprise me, censored. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Yes, please do. Like Renewable says, hit that like button. Smash that like button. Let's see. Oh, good news. Great news. He doesn't play in this game. So, that was a pseudo waste. But that's fine. We had a good discussion. It's 1 a.m. and we should end this. So, let me know if you like the stream. Like it if you did. Comment what you want to do going forward. We may not do this literally every time, but we probably will make use of the time that we have streaming, because as cool, I guess, as it is to go through the latest in the Trevor Siemian adventures and I don't know. You guys tell me, okay? Look, let me take a look at let's do one more exercise before we go. This one is this is going to be an exercise in pain, right? Chicago Bears depth chart. Okay. So here we are, right? How many of these starters are still starters next year? Go. Let's see. Probably 1, 2. RB's weird. I'm gonna count it. 4, 5, 6. Why'd they put him in the starting role? For some reason, they remembered that Mooney's on IR, but that'll do. Let's see. Oh, man. I'm going to give Sanborn some credit. Jalen, Jaquan, Kyler. I'm counting you, Eddie. And then I'm counting Darnell. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 12. Man. Okay, so yes, Ben, I didn't count Blazing Game because I don't know that he's going to get re-signed. He's a 1-year deal, right? They could look for another fullback. They may keep him around, but I can't say I know, if only because if he comes back asking for too much money, they may draft a kid. They may be like, "You play fullback," but I have no idea. Yeah, you guys are totally right that you can take a look at this and you could be like, "Oh, definitely him." It's very easy to do, very possible. It wouldn't surprise me, for instance, if the Bears wanted to add a Dalton Schultz. But at the same time, I don't actually know if they want to stick to the 2 tight ends thing. I'm very curious to see what's going on. I'm very curious to see what happens next. How is this all going to play out? I'm dying to know. No matter, it won't surprise me if EQ sticks around, but it will surprise me if EQ still starts. I think EQ has been the I think EQ has been the guy that if we were going to point to all of Poles' free agents and say, did any of these guys succeed? EQ succeeded. But I don't know. And I'm with John that you could tell me that Getsy plans to install a fully revamped passing game because he's going to replace LG, C, and RT. And I would believe you. You could tell me that Blazing Game would say, or not Blazing Game, that Poles and Getsy had this grand plan for not a brand new offense, but a very new offense. And I just have no idea. It's totally possible. J2K, I would probably re-sign St. Brown. I think I would sign Patrick again. I actually think Patrick got unlucky. There was a 2 to 3 week period where Lucas Patrick looked like the Bears' best offensive lineman. And the one game that Lucas Patrick was starter or was center, I didn't think he was that bad. As a as a left guard, Patrick was woeful. But to be fair, poor guy played three positions. So him being really horrible, like at one of them, unsurprising. But so like now I'm pressed. Let's see. I like Morrow. I like Morrow enough. I lived in a world where Josh Woods was a backup linebacker, and Nick Morrow is much closer to KPL than he is Josh Woods, and so I'm not I'm not dying over him like playing in a backup role. Honestly, like I hope this doesn't come across hateful because I like the kid too. If somehow the Bears end up in a cheapish position where where Jack Sanborn can be your first linebacker off the bench, you've probably got two pretty good linebackers. Like Jack Sanborn gives you a lot of flexibility because he costs so little that he doesn't have to play. Like if you if you sit in there in the third round and the best guy on the board by a mile is a will linebacker, great. So we'll have to see like how things go from there. So I think I don't like Pinnell at all. J2K. Watts, I could medium get behind, but even then, I can't help but feel like Watts is somebody that we only like because he plays he plays so many snaps. How could he not make a play or two? But like we'll see. I mean, no matter. It's not that I disagree with you. I do think Watts would produce better with better talent around him. I think you could say that about an absurd amount of players in the NFL. That's how they got to the That's how they got to the NFL. Mm-hmm. J2K, I like Jack Gamble a lot. But so, either way, guys, good stuff. We got a weird rest of the year ahead of us as we navigate a Packer game, a bye week, a bunch of bad games, and then two divisional games to nightcap the season. But it should be fun. I mean, then we'll see what happens. We'll get started on off-season content. We will get rolling, guys. Always great getting to put this together. Like the stream if you liked it. Comment after the stream is posted to boost engagement. Tell your friends. Tell your family. Tell me you liked it. I like it. Hearing that you liked it. And yeah, always fun, guys. Of course. Anytime. Happy to put it together. Let's talk about this. And I'm not going to say GG, but always great, guys. Bear down. And thanks so much for bearing with me.